of the stream that I sometimes want to forget. It's 2 buttons.
Did you bring your Fish Life Live Life shirt?
I don't think so.
Uh,
I'll have to have them send that to me. Wait, what is that? Oh, that is what you're wearing. Okay.
yeah, I did. I was doing it just to kind of, if Tim's watching the stream, just to kind of
The callback.
yeah.
Yeah, I really need to put a one shot together for that group so that next time it's canceled. I can just be like, all right, who wants to do Jade Region stuff?
And there will be a next time. Fairly frequently.
Okay. Yes, that's something I need to do this week. I need to get my camera thing. I need to buy that. So I can set that up over here.
The connector cable?
Yeah. And a tripod, I think. I'll need both. So I don't have any with me.
Yeah, it's a cheap one. Build a cardboard one like I did.
Not for that.
Cardboard and duct tape.
That camera is very heavy.
That's what mine's made out of. Cardboard and duct tape.
Cardboard and duct tape can hold very heavy things.
That's right. If it moves and you don't want it to, duct tape. If it doesn't, WD-40. Only 2 things you need in life.
Duct tape and WD-40.
That's it. Alright, there you go. Stream on. And minimized. Okay.
All right. So everyone's set and ready to go.
Affirmative.
Okay. So let me pause those. Being quiet. What's happening?
Navarre, flip your camera. It looks like you're facing away from
From what?
on your stream.
I'm looking. Yeah, good call. Vertical? Nope. That's There we go. Now it looks like I'm more looking at the map, which is accurate.
Yep.
Okay, now I'm ready. So, last week, the group of RJ, Nithurn, and Taween, along with Wizrune at the time, having defeated the metallic orb and the zombies that it drew, the group escaped the intersection of opportunity and returned to their quaint, safe lodgings. You rested once again for a night before you set out the next morning within the comfortable carriage that Drix had assembled for you all. Settling into your new accommodations, 3 days has passed as you traveled the countryside of Duhana, seeing the scattered farms and copses of trees and streams that cross it. Nothing major happened along this small little voyage, but people read and foraged and enjoyed the ride and delved into conversation. Even a conversation of the subtle differences between the arcane and divine bases of magic sprung up between RJ and Sin. 3 days into your travel, you reach the outskirts of the small farming community of Belin. Only a couple of dozen homes central around a large cemetery, with lines of obelisks standing 50 feet apart, scattered in various lines from the center of town. With this sight before them, you were greeted by a couple of armed men who helped greet you into town and point you towards the hamlet's tavern. As Drix and Sin planned to stay within the carriage as you made your way towards the cavern, Noth and Taween did what they normally do and are off to find a small encampment on the outskirts of town. Meanwhile, we left off with Wizard, Reginald, and Nith all stepping up to the doorstep of Huru's Winery, the small terracotta tavern with green tiled roof, the big thick chimney. And as you open the doors and begin to take in the sights from inside, you hear the sound of a lute playing, and there are a couple of people dancing about the floor. There's even a man at the bar, a little slumped and possibly weary from his travels of the day, or his work, as it is getting close to dusk. The presumed woman Huru, a female, middle-aged, brown hair loosely pulled behind her head, wearing this light blue dress, immediately perks up as you guys step through the door, and comes out from behind the bar with this small little shaggy brown dog in tow on her heels, as she steps up and across the room towards you guys. And welcome, travelers. It is good to see others joining town. Are you just traveling through or looking for a meal tonight?
We're looking for a meal and maybe a few days stay.
Well, of course. Are you lumberers with the companies?
No, we're just travelers, looking at the different sites around the country.
Oh, well, it's not too much of interest here in Belin. I mean, some strange ruins here to see, but other than that, it's a small and quaint little town.
Oh, do you know anyone who might know more about these?
I'm not sure myself. Perhaps Rutland. She's always she and her boy are always scavenging about. They live on the other side of town, but I don't mind myself with those sorts of things.
Is the short person in the group right now?
Yes, he's the one talking to Huru.
You're gonna hear over the room. I didn't know you served children with beards.
Gnomes love their beards. What's wrong with my beard?
Nothing's wrong with your beard. I don't know that I've had the honor of meeting a gnome before.
That's
As the person who is playing the lute struts over towards the group.
Huru kind of I'll get you all something to drink. Please sit down, and kind of hustles away, leaving you guys to your conversation that seems to have sprung up.
You look like an interesting pair.
Of course, I'm standing right behind him. arms crossed. Her normal stance, just so you know, is you'll almost always see her standing like that.
Well,
Just a little bit of attitude going on. Super tall and just watching you intently.
RJ's worried about his beard. He's just fiddling around. He's like, is my beard disheveled again? Do I have things?
I'm going to wink at the tall elf. As I say, no. It was all just in jest, my good friend. You see, you seemed like a couple of interesting people, and I'm looking for perhaps some interesting tales to tell. Perhaps you've had some already?
No? Well, my friend here can't really talk, so... But we have...
Well, such a shame. But... perhaps... you could enlighten me.
Well, I wouldn't say they're interesting. A bit dangerous, maybe.
Dangerous. All of the same. Different side of the same coin, my friend. Coins which would gladly flow into my hat as I pass it around after a performance.
Oh, he's passing around a cup or something, or a bowl, or a hat or something. A hat? Okay. So, describe yourself in your mind a little bit more, so we just really know what we're seeing.
Not particularly well built. Pretty good looking though. A young male human. Brown hair. Pretty much if you get Roll20 open, I'm not good at drawing, so I just stole like a.
That's what we all do.
It's like it's like a computer generated thing. So there's a portrait there. So yeah, pretty good at playing the lute too.
So, why is a bard all the way out in the middle of nowhere?
Well, I was an opportunity until recently, but things got kind of stale there. I upset maybe one or two people, so I decided it was time to move on.
Oh, I thought Opportunity was such a nice place. So many people there who seem to get along very well.
I mean, you sleep with the wrong woman and things happen. How was I to know she was the captain's wife?
I never met the captain. What's he like?
One of several, part of the military. I didn't really get a chance to get his name, to be honest with you.
That's understandable. Neff, I guess he would have to run away if he was... Why were you caught?
Why was I caught? Well,
Yeah.
as I explained, I wasn't aware that this particular lady was married. And so her husband came home a little early.
Huh.
Luckily, they lived on the first. So, the window was a viable escape route.
By this time, Hoover's come back over, and at a table you guys are all standing by, she set down a few tankards of water and a little plate of biscuits.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. I'll help myself to some of those.
Uh, how much for all?
Still, you kind of got a little bit there at the
Oh.
end.
How much for all of this?
Oh, it's just some water and a couple of biscuits, dear. Don't worry about it.
Oh, thank you.
I'll pick up the water and look at it and see what does the water look like.
Plain, cool water. Doesn't seem overly dirty or anything like that.
But it seems maybe a little bit dirty.
No, it's just there's no apparent.
Okay.
Just looks like water.
I just set the cup back down.
The little shaggy dog has kind of sat down next to your feet, Nithyan.
I'll
Well,
reach down,
you know,
I'll reach down and pet it. And start paying it attention.
Well, you know why I left Opportunity, but why did you leave?
Oh, we're just out exploring the countryside a bit, seeing the sights. Huh? We're traveling around in the carriage just outside with a bunch of our friends.
Well, why haven't your friends come in for a drink?
Uh-huh. Two of our friends are quite the wild people. They prefer the outdoors, to say
Oh,
the least.
poor souls. Well, they're missing great entertainment in here.
Where did Wizard and Sin go?
Sin stayed in the cart. Wizrun, he came in with you guys, but as soon as this person started engaging with you, he kind of just slipped off to the side and went to the bar.
Okay.
So nothing terribly interesting.
Not so much. You know, the odd orcs while traveling, and maybe a landslide or two.
Answer.
And there was a landslide out in the mountain range up north a bit.
That's so. Was this something that you had caused or come across, or did it happen while you were there?
Oh, it happened while we were there. We lost a few good people, a lot of good people, but we were able to make it to opportunity. So, small blessing.
Surely some of their names, the people you lost, deserve to be entombed in song.
Well, they were our traveling companions, but some of them were quite tight-lipped about who they were.
You always have to worry about the quiet one. And I'll just glance a little bit at the bell.
She's watching you too.
By the way, I'm only speaking common.
No worries.
I know that's not necessarily an issue for the elf, but
Not at all. I guess you don't know. You don't know that though.
no.
By the way, my name is Reginald,
Well,
and this my friend here is called Nithyan.
She bows.
well, it is a pleasure to meet you. You stand before Frederick Ericaz, the wondrous, famous bard. Perhaps you've heard of me?
Sorry, we've been traveling a lot, so we haven't met many minstrels out on the roads.
With that response, you see Frederick's shoulders just kind of go down a little bit. He's a little sad.
that we don't know who he is.
By the way, how did you get this the Wondrous in your name?
Well, many people have given me this title, so I decided to adopt it. But my friends call me Fizz.
What do you say again? Your friends call you what?
Fizz.
Fizz. Okay. Yeah.
Are you traveling with your friends now?
Sadly, no. They moved on. I decided to spend a little time here, earn a little bit of money before maybe moving on. Wanted to see what direction fate would take me.
Oh. Have you been in this village very long?
I've been here for a few days. Not much more. I've talked to a couple of locals. Spent most of my time in the bar. Yeah.
Oh, is there anything we should know about this area that you came across?
The spires seem pretty interesting and weird. Seem to have some sort of pattern to them. But I only write the stories. I don't make the stories. Well, write, sing, vocalize.
Hooters made her way back over, and she kind of just, mid-conversation, doesn't interrupt you guys, but slips these couple of pages down on the desk before you, or on the table before you, that has a list of specials, and just refills a couple waters and walks back off again.
Well, if you regale us of a few of these stories, I'd be willing to treat you to supper, since me and Nith are thinking of getting to eat anyways.
Gladly. I don't really have any stories prepared.
You can pretend.
Bard should always have stories prepared,
That's
even
true.
if they have to be fake.
Your character, you might not have, but your character has stories. I'm sure.
Yes,
There you go.
does. A few. Not many, but a few.
So I take a look at the menu.
I
And
put,
I
in chat, the list.
yeah, burger. That sounds nice.
That's kind of. Is that expensive? Wait, orange is the.
Orange
low.
is silver.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. That's a little expensive, but
Tiny bit. Understandable, though, for what it is. So I guess if when she comes back, I order the lamb burger, and I say, my friend here, do you have any grains or simple food that she might partake in?
Grains. We have some barley that we make the biscuits with.
I pull out
Or,
a hand. I pull out a hand of
or
the stuff that I
nuts.
have, and I have like nuts and fruits and grains. And
Something similar to that, if
and then
if
put
you
it
have
away.
any.
I could go see what I have.
Thank you. And, Fizz, what did you want?
Well, I could go for a lamb burger.
Are you guys sitting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm still standing,
Or
so I'm way above you.
you're always way above me.
Yeah.
Actually, you might be less way above
Uh,
me because I'm sitting. If the chair is high enough.
It's just like a high stool chair.
I
No,
mean, I think you're a good, like, almost a head and a half taller than me. So,
So you put in your order, and Huru goes and begins preparing dinner. She does come back with a couple of lamb burgers and these other things. In addition, she comes with it looks like she's almost like oatmeal, but with the barley as the oats. She's made like a little small cup of porridge for you.
Oh, so she didn't bring it. She cooked it or something.
Yeah. She interpreted that in the sense that you wanted some sort of cooked grain.
I push it back.
Well, I think she wants like the actual grains if you have those.
I do. I don't know how. Okay. And she takes the bowl back. Comes back a few minutes later with this little plate with a mound of grains and a slice of cheese on the side.
Then picks it up, takes the cheese, puts it off to the side, and then pours the grains into her bag and then puts the plate back down.
No, thank you. No.
Red seems fairly particular about her food.
Somewhat. Well, she's good and she's been a good friend. There's things that we've done, and I give her 10 reds. Or no. How much? How much reds?
10 reds would only be one orange.
Okay.
Because
I give her a blue. 2.
Oh, you don't have
blue.
change. You don't
Well-
have change.
one blue would be the equivalent.
Yep, I give her 1 blue.
So I don't know if you caught it in the documentation or if I mentioned it to you the other night, James, but in the world at the moment, gold, silver, and copper is not the current mainstay currency that most people use. It's instead something called these Astron chips. They are these small, they're about the same size as a gold coin and weight, but they're these hexagonal cut crystals. Thin, like a poker chip or of sorts.
Crits.
Yeah, and they come in red, which is equivalent to copper, orange equivalent to silver, blue equivalent to gold, and the violet, which is equivalent to plat. And that's what the majority of the major civilization uses currently. Although you do still come across gold and silver in places.
Very cool.
So you pay her, and she leaves you guys to your meals. Frederick regales you with some bardic tales. Anything else you guys are getting up to tonight? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well. Is there anything interesting that we can go search tomorrow, Fizz, that you've seen?
Well, I mean, there's the spires that
That you visited lately?
I mean, there's I've, for the most part, just been performing and maybe the general store is across the street. I have spoken with a lady who may be willing to take us on a tour, though.
Oh,
She's a local. Oh, Ula.
we were thinking of looking around. If we have a tour guide, that'd be much a lot better. Would you be willing to show us tomorrow?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Well, we've had a long journey, so I'm gonna buy a room for us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Boy.
So I finish my food. I look at Nith, and I start heading off to pay for a room.
I'll go back to performing.
A room for the evening is going to be 3 orange per room.
And I look at Nith. Nith, a room for yourself tonight.
She looks at you. She goes,
All right. And I pay 3 orange.
As you go up to the bar to get your room, Wizard just kind of looks over and, good evening. I will be hanging around town. Just let me know if you need my help on anything. I'm gonna go check those obelisks out, I think.
Of course. If you... I think Nith is asking if you want to go on a tour tomorrow with us. The person we were talking to told us that he knows a person who could show us around.
Alright. Yeah, I'll join you guys.
Do I notice them talking to each other?
Probably.
Okay. I'm gonna pop back over into the conversation. Hello. And who are you? Are you traveling with these two fine young companions? Fine companions?
Who you see here, he's like a younger half-elf by the looks of it. He wears robes and has a scabbard at his side, but doesn't have many defining features amongst his robes. They're pretty plain and brown. He has a small sack that's tied to a belt rope and a little satchel that he carries. And he just says, "Yeah, I'm a part of their group. The name's Wizard."
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps I could buy you a drink.
Sure.
So the money, because I had some money left over, is that it just stays as gold, or is it converted?
You can choose if you want to convert that or split it in any degree.
Okay.
Generally, within Opportunity, they just use the Astron as their main currency. The gold currency is a little harder to spend here and there.
Yeah.
But as you get out into the outskirt towns and stuff like this, smaller little communities probably still accept gold, as they're not so direct in civilization. So however you'd like to divvy that up.
And it's just straight one for one?
Yeah. Red is copper, orange, silver, blue, violet.
Okay.
blue, gold, violet, platinum.
So how much is a drink?
Probably 5 red
5 red.
or 5 copper.
Okay. 5 red. Put on the table. Or on the bar, I guess. On the bar. slap that down. Just
She kind of sweeps him into like a little pouch that's attached to the front of her dress and goes and pours a couple of ales.
excellent.
I put down. Do I have my room key already?
Yeah, she's probably giving it to you.
I look at Wizard and was like, and slowly slink away. And I, before I do that, I tell, I would might sing with Wizard for a bit, just in case. The room is, and I tell her the room when you when everything's.
Wizard just kind of gives you a nod as you depart. Nithir and Reginald, as you guys make your way back to the room, the little dog is following you, Nith.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. I look at the dog. How little of a dog is it?
You know those smaller, they're not like tiny dogs, but they're not big either. They've got those foppish ears and the brown curly hair. I don't know what breed they're called off the top of my head.
Like a beagle?
Kind of, but longer haired. All one like matte brown color.
Okay. Some sort of mutt, but like a small, but like a medium-sized dog, not a little bitty miniature.
Yeah,
but like a
no,
medium-sized
probably. I mean, it probably only weighs like 7 or 8 pounds.
dog. Okay.
It's small.
All right. It doesn't bother me at this point, not yet, at least, unless it tries to come in the room.
It will.
Even then, it might not bother me. I don't
It
know.
just follows you guys and follows you into the room.
I just look at it. I don't know how I feel about animals. Let me think about that for a second.
Any particular conversation you get up to with Wizrun at the bar over the course of the night, or are you just chit-chatting?
I'm going to try and get him drunk.
Okay.
I mean, I gotta make sure that the patrons are spending enough money at the establishment that I'm performing. So, I will encourage him as much as possible for him to continue drinking late into the night.
Do a diplomacy check just to kind of keep him engaged and, subtly suggest it here and there throughout the night, as he's not one to just dive right into that sort of thing.
Okay, so I have the bard feat that lets me use a performance skill instead of diplomacy.
Go for
My
it.
string, which means lots of bonus. Roll.
Oop, that's pretty good.
1d6.
Yeah, let me see. Okay. You get Wizrun pretty hammered over the course of the night. To the point where his speech slightly begins to slur. And he tells you of a tale. Something that sticks out amongst, the general conversation that he has and whatnot. It's not so much direct, but he does it almost in a complaining sense, like he's letting off some steam. He talks about how I'm so glad to finally be out of that damned country of Talon-Ure. I was a slave for 10 years. Family, they had me all locked up like their little pet, like that dog I saw earlier. Unable to leave or do what I wanted. did their chores and did all the dirty work they didn't want to do themselves. Luckier than others, though. The elf next door, their family, he was beaten day in and day out. That's when Fen found me. And he offered me escape and freedom. All I had to do was make an oath to him and his group. Promised to deliver a missive to Opportunity. I'm glad the friends I travel with now, they were able to help me with that. I don't quite know what it was about or what to expect next, but well, I'm sure they'll find me when they need. He then asked me to carry this, and he pulls out this little small token. It's a black disc, and it has a white ring on the outer edge, like painted. Most of the disc itself is black, and the outer edge of it is painted white to make a ring around it. He says, keep this and find me when he's got the next job. So, and that's kind of like at the height of his drunkenness. He's clearly not coherent to realize what he's saying. What any of this means, who knows, but that's something that sticks out amongst the other chat that you get out of him.
Damn. Well, I assure you that now at least you're among friends.
Friend.
And there's a couple of other patrons that come in over the course of the night, and they get a couple drinks as well. And I'll say with that performance check, I'll kind of lump that into your night's activities, and you earn the 7 oranges over the course of tonight through tips.
Wow. And probably drinks for free.
Yeah, oh yeah. You don't pay for a single drink that night. You didn't pay.
I, of course, observe a little self-restraint and don't get as that hammer.
Right.
I need to be able to perform.
You help others along their way and get free drinks.
I can't have my
slid them
public
over to
image
Wizard.
falling because I've thrown up in public. That would be atrocious.
Oh yeah, and nearing the end of the night, you see Wizard like stumble out the door, and you hear him throw up outside of it, and he stumbles back in and like gets a key haphazardly from Huru, who just helps guide him down the hallway. Don't mind Fizz, he's done this to a number of my tenants over the few days. So you'll be okay in the morning, and helps him in the room. Anything else that you get up to this evening, Fizz, before you yourself turn in?
Nope.
All right.
I would any free time we had, I would have been using it to try to teach sign language.
Okay.
To
So you have
RJ, if he's willing.
I am.
You have a short little signing lesson before you guys go to sleep. Nithir, as you kind of sit down to get into your meditative posture, you just see the little dog curls up kind of by your knees and falls asleep at your feet.
Okay, I'll let it. I don't pay it like attentional mind, but I watch it, but I don't like fawn it or anything like that. But I'm not doing anything to it either. So
Right.
very kind of okay, it's their type approach.
Yep, and it just seems content to be next to you.
Okay.
I mean, I guess is the girl that I mentioned? I think his name is Ula.
Ula, yep.
Was she in the bar that night? Because if so, I would ask. Would you be able to show me and a couple other people around the town?
She does step in to grab some dinner to take home to her family.
Okay.
But in the moment, you do ask, and she agrees, and it should be fine.
Excellent.
So the night passes. Everyone eventually finds their way to sleep. I imagine, Fizz, you have a room here at the tavern that you've had for a number of days.
Yeah.
That you make your way with by your performances, basically getting free of that as well. And morning comes. It is a nice, clear summer morning. It's a little warm. There's a nice breeze on the air.
I'll get up early and do my routine.
Okay. As you do your routine, the little dog just kind of sits off to the side and watches you.
I wouldn't have done it in the room. There's not enough space.
Oh, right. Well, okay. The dog follows you outside if you leave the tavern
Okay.
and just kind of stays nearby.
Okay.
I just go get some food.
Yep.
Probably wake up last.
No, I think Wizard's last.
Stroll.
Most likely
Well,
Wizard
second
was
last. Just stroll down to the common area. Good morning. How
Oh,
was your sleep?
hello.
I sit beside you if you're sitting.
Oh, it was good. It's nice to have a bed that's not moving.
It's good to even have a bed at all.
Oh, that's true, isn't it?
After a few seconds, I'll walk in, and this time, if you guys are eating, we'll sit down at the table.
Little dog in tow.
Yep. I then reach into my bag, pull out a few grains and nuts, a small palmful. You see me do something that looks almost like static electricity over it, but it's something. You're not sure what. And then, just for like 6 seconds, whatever. And then I just start eating one grain, one nut, one little berry at a time. And then I have a bowl that I lift up and just kind of cover my hand over the top of it. Same type of thing. And it's full of water. And I just drink water and eat the nuts while you guys eat. When I'm done, I clean the bowl very well. Perfectly clean, very ritualistic. Put it away and then sit there while you guys eat.
Reginald, are you sure that your friend there eats enough?
She seems to. She can usually give our orc friend a run for his money on the battle.
You have an orc friend, you say?
Yeah. Like
How very interesting.
he's nice. He likes to go hunting and is quite is and fishing. Well, you're right, Neth, and fishing with our other elf friend named
That was, you might recognize that one. Because that was Taween's name. Signed. I would have taught you that.
Okay.
Well, your orc friend definitely sounds very interesting, and I hope to meet him. Because he must have a tale to tell.
Maybe. I don't know if he's willing to tell it. He's a bit tight-lipped unless he knows you.
Ah! I have my ways of getting those interesting tidbits out of people.
So, who are we meeting to give us a tour of the little?
Well, she's usually home, I think, so we can, I think, stroll over there and see if she's home. I did ask her last night. She knows that we're coming. I can't remember if I specified the time. There was a few drinks involved last night.
Oh, okay. Where's Wiz room?
He had quite a grand time last night. He might still be in bed.
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen Wiz room drink too much. I think I'll go check up on him. I ask what's her name again?
Uru?
I ask Urua, do you know where my other friend, which room he's in right now?
Yes, just down the hall, second door on the right.
So I go over there and I knock.
Nithiarn stays with Fizz, just looking at you.
Do you have any stories to tell? Those are some pretty interesting hand movements, but you're quite. I mean, you look pretty good, but
She looks extremely good, by the way. Her, just
Wow.
out of game, charisma 20.
Why do you think I winked at
You did not get a response.
her? Well, she's not talking to me. I usually take that as a bad sign.
So there's just growing awkward silence at the table.
Well, I might just slide on over to a different area if you don't mind. Maybe play my lute a little bit more.
What's a lute? A lute is like
I think it's a
a
string.
string instrument. So you like,
Yeah.
like she goes like that.
Yes, like that. But better with sound. I've walked away at this.
Yeah. Faced with awkward silence and unable to
It's
communicate.
been nothing to me. It was an awkward silence. I slid on out. I explained why I was leaving.
Reginald, you come to the door, and as you knock on it, you just hear this. Yeah.
Are you okay?
No. Come
Would you
in.
like to stay in your room for the day?
I'm gonna sleep a few more hours,
Huh?
or maybe all day. I don't. Did you bring me water?
Oh, of course. You might want to have something something a bit sweeter as well, like maybe juice. Yeah, it looks like you have a pretty bad hangover.
That sounds good.
I go to Huro and I go, could you get my friend a, a glass of juice? I think he might be staying inside for the.
Yeah, we have a stock of apples. I could get some juice.
Thank you. How much?
It's just 2 red.
I give it to her.
You can tell who's the bank of the group, right?
Can I just point out that both of you are, I don't know, a little bit of an asshole. I need juice. Oh, we don't have any, but I could crush some apples for you.
That's
Here's some
basically.
food. Oh no, that's not good enough. Send it back to the kitchen.
Picky people.
Very good people.
So after a while, Uhuru gets together some apple juice. Definitely not from the bottle or can. And
Well,
bring.
yeah, we don't have to wait on that. We're not waiting on it or anything, are we?
I mean, she
Well,
has to make it.
She would just take it up to the room. You can't just tell her to take it up to the room, or I thought you did.
Oh, were you intending her to take it up to the room?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, then she'll go and deliver that for you.
Okay. Fez, our friend seems incapacitated for the day. So if whenever you're ready, we can go see Ulu. Ulu?
Ula, I think, is her name.
Ula.
I don't
Yes.
have my notes in front of me. I switched computers. Yes. That's a terrible shame about your friend. But let us venture forth and take on the day.
Yeah, I've never seen him quite so hungover before. I wonder what happened last night.
I mean, we did have a pretty good time. Maybe he just
Yeah.
had one too.
Just
many.
one too many myths.
This stands up. If she wasn't already, I guess she would. I guess she would be if you guys weren't near the table.
Yeah.
So
I mean, when I perform, I'm typically standing, so I like to move about the crowd, work the crowd a little bit. So let us venture forth, Ula's house.
So you guide them into the small little grouping of houses.
Oh, hold on. As we get ready to leave, is that dog following?
Yep.
I stop, pick it up by the scruff, and walk over to the inn owner, like this, and kind of hold the dog out to her,
She takes it.
and then I leave.
Isn't my dog? She says that to your back, but you don't hear that. Sets it down on the ground. So
Okay, good enough. I don't know if it catches up with me again. That's fine. She thought it was the other owner's dog, so she took the dog to the owner and then turned around and caught up with everybody.
no, it wouldn't necessarily have time to catch you by the time you've strode out the door with your long strides. So it does not get the chance to follow. But meeting up with Fizz and RJ, you move into town, and there's only like a couple dozen buildings here, and they're pretty. There's like the grouping of about 12 of them around the cemetery itself, and then you can see other houses that are a little bit further out on the plains. And you go around to the other side of the cemetery. You actually have to walk past it, and it has its tall wrought iron fence, maybe about 8 feet high, that you walk around the edge of. And Fizz, you
It's an
lead them.
8 foot high. It's an 8 foot high fence.
Yes,
Wow. Okay.
on the outer edge of it. But it's wrought iron, so you can see through.
Yeah,
So
I know.
where there aren't vines that aren't covering it, the exterior.
Okay.
And Fizz, you lead them to the house you know to be Ula's.
I'll knock on the door.
A few moments pass, and Ula comes to. She's got this sandy brown colored skin, kind of tangled, dark hair, uh, these piercing blue eyes, and she's wearing this knee-high skirt with this green-colored blouse. She opens it up and, good morning, Fizz. How are you today?
Good morning. These are the fellows that I mentioned the other night that were hoping to get a tour of the town. I figured, because you know the town so well, you've been here for so long, you could maybe show us around a little.
I mean, I've grown up here, yeah. So I suppose I know it. I don't mind showing you guys around. You've been nice to me and good to me since you've been here. So, let's go. As she begins to walk you, I have tried to kind of learn a little bit about what I could about where I live here in town, Belin. It's mostly just a little town, as she kind of motions to the main road, where a lot of lumbering groups kind of pass to and from. Off to the east, well, they're getting lumber and cutting it down from the forest, and well, this is we've kind of made Balin a nice little halfway stop for him to opportunity. Not really many merchants come through here, though. Just the goods that the lumberers have that they sometimes, trade off with us. So, winters get pretty hard around town. We do our best to. There's a couple families that, farm some grains, and have a couple of animal farms here near town that help provide our way. I myself, I do a lot of the clothing work for town. I keep, everybody's outfits nice and hemmed when they get ruined or soiled, and whenever I find nice fabric, I try and make something nice. I just made this blouse actually the other day myself.
Well, you look fantastic.
Thank you. You looking quite dashing today yourself, there, Fizz.
Why, thank you.
He's a flirt.
Damn Bart.
I know. He's trying to give Aztec a run for his money.
And let's see, what else? She leads you over back towards the tavern. You've already know Hulu's winery. Her and her husband. There's a vineyard that grows here in town that they tend to, and they make the wine, and they also make the ales out of some of the grains that the other farmers harvest. It's really the only place in town to eat if you want some home cooking, unless you manage to scratch something up yourself. And then here across the street, we've got the stocking stuffer wheel, is what we call it. It's this nice, cute little wooden row house here. And you can see it has a gray shingled roof and some nicely trimmed hedges out the front. It's the general store of town. Nella Remington and her family, they run it. Nella's husband sometimes he'll make some trips to Opportunity with what he's able to save up, and get some more supplies for the town and everyone. He sometimes has some specials you might want to check out. It's a nifty little shop. It's where I got my sewing kit from, and he brings me some bolts every now and then. Let's see. What else is there about town? Lots of other little houses.
I tap RG on the shoulder.
Yes. My friend here is wondering what's up with the spires in the center of the town.
Oh, Well, um, there's some stories that been passed down that you know how rumors float around and such. But it's told that there used to be lightning that passed between them or something like that. Uh, I don't know why or how, but you know, during storms, I don't like to go near them. I always think they're gonna get me. But I, they have a bit of a pattern in town, although it's not like a shape or anything that's particular. Um, there's the big uh, little tower in the middle of the cemetery. Um, it's got it's different than the others. Um, and then there's little ones that kind of spoke off in lines away from it. I don't know where they point or what they why they're in the lines they're in, but one kind of goes toward opportunity. Another um, out north toward the mountains. They don't go very far. There's maybe about, I don't know, 20 or so in any given direction towards the outskirts of town. And then another one that heads kind of southeast out towards the forest. Um, they're old and decayed. Uh, in the fields, sometimes you'll come across some stonework where there used to be buildings. I don't know. It must have happened long time ago because um, you know we haven't had any stone buildings here since I've been alive, been living in town and alive. I heard that opportunity though. Um, it used to come out this way, a lot closer to Belin. That its town was a lot bigger, but well, I went there once with my pa, and yeah, it didn't look all that well either. I mean, it had the big stone walls, but you know, it looks like people just kind of moved in over top of something old. But the cemetery is really big. Um, it probably has a couple hundred graves. A lot of the graves are real old, but there's still some space in it. And you know, if someone does pass here in town, we bury them along with the rest to keep up, I guess. I don't know. It seems like a good spot, and they did it before, so we do it now. Um, there's the big spire too. Uh, it's pretty overgrown with vines, but it's got some markings and stuff on it. If you're interested in those sorts of things, I don't. You want us to go to that?
Well, that sounds pretty interesting to me. Do you know if there was anybody famous buried in the graveyard?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I can't read the markings on the stones, so maybe.
Well, it still sounds interesting to me. What do you think, Reginald?
Well, I think it would be if Nith wants to see it, at least we should. I think we should go. Is there anything we have to worry about there?
I don't think so.
You sound worried about going there.
It's just creepy being where dead people are buried. I don't like to go in there.
Well, if we can end the tour here, we were just gonna go look at the sites, and considering that this whole town is centered around this spire and grave, might be interesting to see at least.
Okay, I mean, yeah. If you need any clothing or, hemming done, just feel free to come ask. I don't charge much.
Oh, thank you. And I give her 3 orange.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Well, yeah, you did a really good job. You showed us the sights and explained about the history. You couldn't have asked for more. Would you know any somebody who might know further back in Balin's path?
Oldest person I know is my grandpa. He died a few years back. I heard there's lots of smart folk in Opportunity. People that know how to read and do all sorts of things. But we're pretty simple folk here in Belin.
Yeah, reading's pretty overrated. Nothing compares to experience.
I think reading is quite important. You have to break down what you need.
Sure.
Well, thank you for showing us around.
Of course.
And oh, go ahead.
Oh, just as you guys are beginning to depart, she just says, Fizz, are you gonna be playing again tonight at the tavern?
You can count on it.
I'll come by and listen then.
Excellent. I'll make sure to keep an eye out for you.
You see her face flush a little, and then she kind of curtsies and departs.
It's a good thing you don't know what Nathan just said.
Oh, haven't you noticed? I'm only basically talking to Reginald now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She knows.
Well, if that's a good place to start, isn't it? Give me 1 sec while I grab something from our caravan. And I start heading back to grab the paragon of pollution.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I probably don't have some of my stuff on me, so I'll go with you back to the tavern to pick up some of my equipment, just like my armor and my crossbow.
All right.
Gear up just in case of danger.
Yeah.
Do we see Wizrun or anybody else? Obviously, we don't see a couple people, but
Yes, the hunters are off hunting. But when you guys pop into the carriage, you do see Drix, who's up on top of it, fiddling around with some of the stored goods. And you see Sin kind of sitting at the front of the carriage, flipping through a book.
wave to Sin, sign something to him.
He waves back and kind of gives you a thing and
Proper
goes back
bow.
it goes back to his reading.
Got your stuff?
Yep. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm ready.
And Fizz, as you go in and grab your things and come back out, you do see Wizard slumped over at a table with a plate of eggs in front of him and a cup of water. Looks like he's moving it up, but not much. And as you guys regroup out at the front of the tavern, the door has been opened, and the dog is at your side, Nithirn.
I think that dog likes you, Neth.
I think he has his headset pulled down for some reason right now.
Yes, he does.
Chase aggro, potentially.
Phone aggro, it looks like.
Ah.
Phone
Oh,
aggro.
yeah. Okay, well, we have a sec. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick.
Well, I mean, I'm not speaking to her, but
Yeah.
you know, Reginald. Pretty interesting that that dog likes your friend there, because you don't, haven't really seen an owner for that dog in the few days that I've been here. It's just kind of been hanging out in the bar.
Oh, I thought it was a Huru's dog.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh, well, it's not bothering us.
This is perfect, because she's not supposed to actually hear anything. I think. Not that I know that.
Well, oh, well, if it keeps following us, I guess it'll keep following us. It's up to Neth if what to do with it. It seems, considering that it's following her.
Hmm. She can do with it what she likes. As far as I'm concerned.
As you guys have kind of gathered in your
All right, I'm back. Sorry
Okay.
about that. Wife aggro. So
So,
I'm sorry. Where did I left
the
off?
highest kind of aggro.
That's right. The trump card.
Oh, I was just saying that it looks like that dog likes you, Neth.
Oh, did it follow again?
yeah, it's at your feet. And as people were coming in and out of the tavern again, it found a moment to slip out and rejoin your side.
They look at it and they go, and then just keep going.
Considering how small I look, I think if you shouldn't follow her right now. We're going somewhere dangerous. I pat its head. It's like, why don't you stay here? And I try to make it stay near the caravan.
Do you have animal handling?
I do not, but I still try.
Okay. Make me a general charisma check to coax it on to the caravan. So, Sim hears you saying this, and he hops down
That'll
off.
work.
He hops down off the carriage and like kneels down and starts petting it and stuff. And you try and use that as the moment to dip, and you guys start to make your way down the road. You turn like the first corner, and it's caught up to Nithirin.
Okay.
Well, I guess it's following us.
Well,
I
it
pay
is interesting.
very little mind to it.
There's definitely a song there. The elf giant and her dog companion venture forth. I'll have to put that into the backlog.
All right, where are we going?
To the center of town.
To the graveyard. Graveyards aren't scary. I've
I wonder
had
how
some
many
pretty fun
steps.
times in
How
graveyards.
many steps does RJ have to take to every one of Nith steps?
5.
And dunk, dunk.
You've probably found a very comfortable, slow gait at this point to allow him to keep up with you.
Yep.
How long of a walk is it?
Oh, it's probably only 5 or 6 minutes. The town's not very
Okay.
big.
Yeah.
So, You guys make your way over towards the center of town. You can see as you approach the obelisks that stands tall over the gate itself from within. And you come to the fence and find your way around to where there's this. The gate itself is also wrought iron, and it's already pitched open. It's not locked by any means.
How tall is this center spire?
It's about 15 feet tall.
Okay, not that tall. Okay,
No, but taller than the others.
right.
But at its
we-
base, it
we
does get pretty
approach.
thick. It gets maybe about 5.5 feet wide at its base.
There's are there like headstones in the
Yep.
graveyard? Or-
Yep. So there are lots of tombstones scattered about dozens and dozens. Like Ula said, well over 100 graves that you see. The graveyard itself is circular in shape with the fence, and all of the gravestones are kind of arrayed in rows, kind of offset from each row as it moves inward to afford more space. There are some fairly basic tombstones, mostly made of stone. Others are just marked with like a rod in the ground. You see, there's a couple of the graves that have more ornate, taller tombstones. One that has like a carving of some face or portrait in the stone that is weathered by this point. Another is in the shape of like a bird that has been carved on top of a pedestal or of some sort. There's lots of vines that grow on the fence and around the edges of it, but it looks like the inner yard itself is somewhat tended to. And then the center spire itself is also pretty choked with vines. You can't really even see the base rock of the first, 7 or 8 feet of this thing.
I'm going to walk up to the pedestal with the bird on it,
Mm-hmm.
and I am going to exclaim something.
All right, you walked up to it, you said?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to stare at it for a minute, and then I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure this is the tomb of the famous, very famous warrior Tolvin Woodenstein. This is fantastic. This is great. I'm very excited about this place.
You're looking at the spire saying that.
Not the spire,
Oh,
the pedestal with the bird.
The pedestal's the bird. Okay, got it. You're making a story. You're giving us a story about it.
Yes.
Okay.
This is a very, very well-known warrior. Had a pet bird. Yeah,
Really?
very, very well-known. I
I
thought he was
look at
very
the two.
farther to the west of Opportunity, but this definitely looks like his tomb to me.
I look at the tomb and read the name. Is there a name on it?
There is. And it reads Otis Northcott.
I don't think so, Fizz. It says Otis Northcop on it. It might be more to the west, like you said.
Well, he went by many names
All right.
while he was alive. But perhaps this was just one of his aliases.
I'm just gonna accept it.
Oh wait,
Fact.
that's not correct. That's sorry. That's not the correct button. I don't think.
You did a bluff check.
Yeah,
If
but
you're lying, that's right, isn't it?
yeah, but I have this little thing called Bardic. No, that was worse. But that is the check. I get better bonuses with that. But So as
Oh
long
yeah,
as-
because you sub a few of your things out for perform.
yeah, bluff and diplomacy I still perform.
Okay. Well, RJ, you're welcome to a sense motive if you wish to try and call his bluff, but
It's a fun story. Oh, well, you might be right. I've never heard of this hero, but if you're singing such high praises of him, he must be famous. I might have to go look him up when we go back to Opportunity.
Hmm. Now, I wouldn't expect to find any more famous people in this buried in this small town. Should we go towards the spire and maybe investigate that a little? See what's going on there?
Sure.
Okay.
As we're walking
welcome to the
towards
spire. Go ahead.
this spire, I am very clearly walking a few steps behind both Reginald and the tall elf lady.
Okay. Good with that. I'm basically walking right by the side of RJ, but keeping an eye on him. We get to the spire.
Mm-hmm.
And I take out the crystal, the paragon, and I start.
There's was there like vines on it?
Yeah,
I
pretty
was trying to
vine choked at the bottom.
pull some of the vines away and
Okay.
start clearing it, just to see if there's anything on it.
Yeah, so you kind of begin unobstructing the bottom section of this obelisk. Make me a perception check, Nath. Okay. So you begin tearing these vines down, and about 6 or so feet off the ground, pretty quick and early into you pulling, you see this circular blue gem encrusted into the thing itself. And as you're kind of pulling down and you notice this, you see RJ next to you who has unfolded the paragon, and you said you're gonna spin it?
Yeah.
Okay. And so for Fizz, you see Reginald pull out this folded up contraption. It looks like this green crystal, hexagonal in shape but elongated, pointed at the ends. And on either end, there's this ring of golden wire that he unfolds to form a circle around it, with a couple of other golden wires that lead up from the edge of that he's holding on to. And from the bottom, he spins this crystal in place, and it begins to spin, and this greenish electricity begins to spark along the ring where the points meet the golden circle. As he's doing that and beginning to activate that, Nithir, you see coinciding with the activation of that, this blue gem start to glow before you.
Okay. I step back a little bit and make sure Reggie sees it.
Oh, I guess that's what the dwarfs meant. I think we could take it.
As your crystal spins and begins to slowly come to a stop, it kind of just slowly keeps rotating, just idly. And you guys hear a shifting of the ground as Nithir and you step back just in time, as just in front of the ground, below this crystal on the ground, some sort of stone slab moves of its own accord, revealing a staircase that leads downward.
You guys, and you said that you hadn't done anything very interesting. This is all quite interesting.
Is it?
You've met dwarves?
Well, there was the embassy and opportunity.
Get a chance to go there. I was a little bit preoccupied with some of the finer establishments of the city.
Oh, I thought the dwarven embassy was quite lavish. There was gold filigree everywhere.
Different forms of lavish for different people.
Oh, well, what do you think, Neth? Should we go in?
Oh, magic door just opened. Yes, I think so. Maybe there's something inside. Something worth singing about.
Well, if you want to head in first,
No,
I'll
no,
follow wherever
no,
you go.
please. Ladies and small children, proceed first.
And I was looking at Neth, but then I hear that's like, I am not a small child. I think I'm older than you.
Those of small stature, then.
Small children. That's funny.
Anyways, and I look at it, like I said, Neth, if you want to, if we're going, I'm thinking that you have to go in first, considering that our friends, I haven't seen them all day today.
Okay, Nith nods, and so she'll take the lead. But she'll say, but she looks back and says,
Yep, I'll keep my ears and eyes open. Though I don't know how good I'm gonna be. You know, how dense I can be when doing things like that.
okay. I'll peer down into it and see what I see.
All right.
Pick up a few loose stones on the way.
Okay.
Is it very dark down there? What
So, as you do begin to descend down these stairs,
before I
you-
really descend, I'm looking to see what kind of atmosphere we're walking into.
yeah, you see the stairs themselves are stone, and the masonry of the walls are all this worked stone as well. All flat. It is not cave-like and uneven, and the floor itself is also worked flagstone. There's somewhat of a cool chill that rises up out towards you, and you see absolutely no form of illumination coming from within the stairwell.
1 second.
While he deals with that, I see how dark it is, and I start taking out a torch.
But I'm sorry. No, if I'm in the front and I notice that it was dark, you'll see me take one of the stones in my hand, and then it's light. A stone starts shining light, and I toss it down in front of us.
I forget that you can do that, and I put away my torch.
Okay. You toss it out in front of you, and it clatters down the stairs and hits a landing where it seems to turn and continue.
Okay. I guess I'll proceed. Watching to make sure everybody's falling behind. Looking at the sides of the cavern. Reaching around. How tall is the ceiling here?
You're fine. It's probably 10 feet tall or so.
Okay.
Any
How
given point.
wide are the...
I can reach up and just touch to make sure there's nothing on the ceiling odd or anything too.
The corridor itself you'll come to find, and the stairs are rather narrow. They're only about 6 feet or so wide.
That's still big. Okay. All right. I'm heading down. Is anybody following?
Yep, right behind you.
And I'll follow behind him.
Come on, roll 20. Don't do me like this. Put the thing where I placed it. There we go.
I like the shoot one.
That image that you put as your portrait, can you shoot that to me on Discord somehow so that I can put it as a token for you?
Yep. Just give me a sec.
But in the meantime, you descend down the staircase and it begins to level out. And there's about a 10-foot spacing in front of you before it tees left and right.
Okay, I'll pick up the stone and hold it up and see at the T. When we get down to the stone, I'll pick it up and hold it up and look left and right. 20-foot illumination east direction.
Yep, and then because of your low light vision, you can see that to the right, it eventually turns again towards your left, or towards the left if you were to follow it.
Right.
And if you're looking down the left of the T, it, even past your low light vision, fades into darkness.
And what direction is this? If I, since we just entered, what direction do I think it is?
I mean, you don't really have a compass, so what direction anything up atop was facing is not really. I guess roll survival if you've kept your directional bearing. Maybe eastish.
Okay. All right.
Are we gonna do that different time?
Oh, you have no room on your.
No room on what now?
I think he was talking to
His
Jace.
iPad. I got Jace aggro.
So I'm just following behind Nith.
All right, so we'll go to the right.
Okay. So you travel about 40 feet or so.
Hold on. At that T
Yes.
on the floor before we go, I'm going to scratch an arrow towards the doorway.
Okay.
Is the dog still following?
It did not follow you into the cemetery itself, no.
Okay, interesting. Okay, okay, continue. Go down to the end where it turns left.
Yes, so it's about 40 feet or so before it turns left. And peeking around this corner, you can see scattered in this new corridor that you see stretching out before you, which does eventually turn again in a singular way at the end of it. Another some 40 feet or so you can see in your low light vision. There are scattered, decayed corpses with rusted equipment that lay slumped against the wall here and there in some potential battle from long ago.
Okay, so we walked in, down so far, turn right, went about 40 foot, turn left, and in the tunnel, the next 40 foot, there's some bodies on the ground or something.
Correct.
Okay, I stop and wait till everybody catches up and kind of point, but I don't proceed yet.
Well, if we get a bit closer, I might be able to tell how they died, which could tell us what's down.
I'll look around to see if there's like anything obvious, like from the distance, what might have caused their death.
Make perception.
Nope. So I don't see anything.
I mean, you see that, they're wearing, it looks like remnants of armor, and you see weapons at their side. But
Are the weapons drawn?
On a couple of them, yes. They lay like scattered away from the body, a few inches.
Does their armor have any like recognizable symbols? I guess I would have to roll some sort of knowledge check.
Are you like gonna go and approach them to check for symbols and such?
No, just from what I can see.
Okay. Go ahead and roll knowledge history. You do make out that there is a theme to their armor and the way that they're dressed, even though it is long decayed and you can see rust has taken over much of the armor. But the symbol itself that you see is not something that you recognize. It looks like two hands together at the wrists, outstretched to either side. And in it, there is some sort of U shape of, it looks like leaves intertwined.
And there is it's the same symbol on all of them, or?
Yeah, it's branded on the chest of the couple of the armors that you see.
Guess I can do a history and a religion check too.
Religion's not applicable here, but history is.
Well, if it would have looked religious, is what I meant. So.
Are you gonna touch the dead bodies though? I'm not touching the dead.
No, I will not.
You can see the corpses that are within. They are just pure white boned skeletal forms. They're not. There's no amount of flesh or anything on these remains. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Are there any small stones on the floor?
Yeah, there's a small amount of rubble here and there.
Can I pick a handful of it up and throw it at the?
Yeah, you pick up some stones and chuck them, and they scatter against the armor. As he's doing that, Nithyan, you recall. You don't quite know why you recall this, or from when, if you understand.
Mm-hmm.
But you've seen that symbol before.
Okay.
It was on a soldier you once knew. And that's all that flits into your mind.
Yeah, I don't have any way to tell anybody that. So I'll look at the two and say,
I don't know.
Is there just two, or is there more than two?
There are 3 bodies. They're not
Okay.
next to each other. There's, about 10 feet between any given one of them.
I look at it, it's like, I don't know what that means.
but the stones clatter against them and fall to rest in the hallway. It looks like, as you did pick up that rubble, there's not much. Like the walls themselves look like they have seen some amount of weathering, but you can tell the air is definitely stale in here to some degree. And you can see in a couple spots here and there along the walls where like the earth itself has shifted slightly and kind of bulged out a couple of the wall stones.
All right, so I don't have anything of range to poke anything with range, so I'll just walk up slowly and take out the one end of my rope dart and just kind of poke at one of them.
Bones shift slightly.
Okay. Put it away. Do they have weapons? What kind of weapons do they have?
You see they have short swords, but they're pretty badly rusted.
That's fine. So I just pick up one of the rusted short swords and you just kind of push at them and knock them over to see whether or not they move or anything like that. She's a little bit leery because we just fought dead people before, so she's being a little bit cautious.
Yeah, you knock them.
One of the battles that we've had has been with bones and rotten corpses. So the two different things we've done have been with dead people. So she just kind of pokes at it, knock them over.
No movement, no retaliation.
Okay, so then she tosses down the sword and continues on. If you guys, I do want to pick up something. So what has the symbol on it? What's something that has a symbol on it?
They're wearing like one of them has like a scale mail. It's pretty well tattered on the sides and rusted in places, but it has the symbol.
Anything that has a piece that has a symbol that she looks like she could like draw apart from it and just take the symbol.
Looking and digging around the corpses a touch, you do see that the one in the far back that was furthest from you in the beginning has a long sword, and it is brandished on the scabbard.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. A long sword still in the sheath in the far back body has the symbol on the scabbard.
Okay. So I picked that up and kind of just point at the symbol again, and then just kind of hang on to the sword for now. But obviously not in a way that I'm going to use it, but just kind of pick it up and hold it.
Yeah.
In the scabbard.
Yeah. Do you pull it out of the scabbard?
I didn't yet. So
okay, I didn't know.
I don't really have a use for longsword, so
the scabbard itself is made of a metal, and it does not seem to have much rust on it.
Oh, so it's different. So I noticed that. So I'll hold it up to both of them and see if they know anything about weapons.
You're cursed. No.
Yeah.
Damn you. Oh. Wonder why it's not.
I when she offers it to me, I hold up my one-handed crossbow and just like shrug.
No. If you give me if you show it to me tonight, I can figure out why it's not as rusted.
Okay.
Well, they're talking.
I can't remember whether I can do long swords.
Well, they're discussing over the longsword. Can I search and see if I can find any rings on the bony hands that have been left over?
Yeah, go ahead and make me a perception to dig through the corpses.
A lot of bones.
1 second.
Bones that make good rings.
That image real quick. Boop. Boop. Okay. I mean, they're nothing that you don't really find anything much of value, but you do find a silver ring on one of the corpse's hands. Probably it used to be a wedding band of sorts. It wasn't outwardly hiding or anything like that. So
I will take that and slip it on one of my fingers.
okay, it's a little too big, but you find the right finger where it's snug enough where it stays on. And Nithyan, as you move past these corpses in the hall, you see that up ahead it immediately turns left, and then after about 10 more feet, turns right again. But at this kind of corner where it left right, you can see there is, looks like a pile of refuse or food remains, that there's like a little mound of garbage in the corner.
So we went left, right, left, right. After that first, let's see, we went left and then right, then we found bodies.
Left and then right, then we found
Bodies,
garbage.
and then we went. No, actually, yeah. Did we go left first?
You went
Yep.
right first.
Okay, we
You're
went right.
officially lost.
Okay, hang on, I'm writing this down.
Well, there's only
Right.
ever been one option, which was the
bodies.
initial T so far.
Then we went right.
So you've
And
just
then
been
left
following a corridor up till now.
Yeah, I know. So we went left, we went right, and then left bodies. Then went right and left again. And we found food.
Yes. No,
Okay.
left then right again.
Since I'm following up the rear, I would probably glance behind every so often to make sure nothing
Mm-hmm.
following
Okay.
us.
So we found food. Was it rotten food.
Yes, rotten food. Like
Okay,
scraps and remains of food, just in a random pile here on the ground.
that's odd.
Oh,
It does
Yes.
smell really bad.
considering that we just opened this place, we might want to get ready. I think something else more alive, maybe, is down here. And I take out my crossbow.
I don't know, that could be just a hobo stash, you know.
How would a hobo get inside a sealed underground labyrinth, friend?
You, my friend, have clearly not spent enough time on the streets.
No, I have not.
Oh.
You need shelter, you find shelter.
So is this food right in the middle of the room?
No, it's. I mean, it's only the about 5 foot wide corridor. Still, it's kind of up against in a corner.
Okay, look at the ceiling and the floor, see if there's anything obvious. The walls.
As you look up, you see that there's some sort of chute in the ceiling.
Okay. I point up to it.
Oh. Maybe. Give me 1 sec. I'm getting called.
Yeah. Not sure what to make of that.
Me neither. But
Does the
don't
food-
understand you.
While we're just looking at it, just standing here looking at it, does it food on the top look like it's not as old as food down lower?
That would be accurate.
Okay.
What kind of? I don't know if this has been mentioned already. What kind of food is it? Is it like, or is that going to be a nature check? Like, is it vegetarian or is it meat?
Well, there's a pretty rancid smell, so you can surmise there's probably some amount of meat in there. I mean, now as you guys are kind of standing there, just looking at this pile of food for a few moments, you can see a few maggots. But You see on the top there's a couple of like slices of buns. You see a half-eaten apple. On the bottom, there's the general mush that's kind of congealed together, which could have been who knows what, as it's begun to, brown and gray and decay. And you see some sort of slab of meat, kind of mostly attached to a bone. Like somebody ate most of something and threw out the last bit.
Okay.
Well, this is clearly where they're just putting all their trash.
And she points up at the hole and. All right. I'll walk around it and continue on.
As you kind of get a couple steps with it and you're kind of shifting around it, you see this rat skitter out of the pile and shoot down the hallway away from you. You've
Just normal
disturbed it.
rat.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Back towards where we came from, or
Ahead.
where we're going? Oh, okay. I'm gonna snap my fingers, and there's gonna be a little bit of a whisper along with that. I'm gonna cast dancing lights.
Ah.
So there's gonna be some 4 lights that resemble lanterns or torches. I'm gonna send those just as not around corners, but as far down ahead of us as they can.
Okay, sounds good.
So,
Dude, so my rock only lasts like it's not a very big light and it only lasts 10 minutes anyway. So if 10 minutes would have passed, it would have gone dim.
It's probably not been quite 10 minutes yet.
Okay, so I'm still holding that. I'll just cup it.
Yep.
well, I mean, mine only lasts like a minute. So,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So they'll probably. I'm just trying to see where this rat's going.
Okay.
You see it dart down the hall, and then it darts off. It looks like at the end of this hall, and then another 25 feet or so at T sections again, and it darts off to the right. And as you're moving past the food, a little bit closer towards this T intersection, you can feel a slight breeze from behind you, and it hits the back of your necks.
This is another passage someplace. Okay, walk up to the T. At the T, I draw an arrow again, pointing the direction that we came from.
Mm-hmm.
And look down left and right.
Left, it goes another 35 feet, and you can see a door on the leftmost side of the wall. And to the right, there's about 15 feet before it, as a whole, turns left, but the hallway seems to widen to about 10 feet across. And continue leftward.
Okay. A point. Door.
How far away is the door?
35 feet down the hall.
35 feet.
And dead ends.
Yeah, it seems to be at a dead end.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm going to get 5 feet closer so that the door is within 30 feet. And again, I'm going to take out from one of my pouches, I'm going to take out a little brass key and just, point it towards the door and turn it. And again, mutter some stuff. And I'm trying to get it to open with open and close, which is a cantrip. So it's a 30-pound object. Can open or close a door of your choice, or your choice of door, a couple other things. If anything resists this activity, such as a bar on the door and a lock on the chest or a lock on the door, the spell fails. In addition, the spell can only open and close things weighing 30 pounds or less. I think that's it. And if it opens, I'll, again, snap my fingers, mutter something, and throw lights down the hallway and into the room.
Okay.
I guess we're going to the door.
You're not the only people with hidden talents. And I put the key back in my pouch.
Where in the heck? It's capitalized, so it's up there. Okie dokes. Sorry, I was just getting a couple things set up.
If there's that, I guess, also if the door swings in and there's something partially blocking the door, I would guess. I don't know if it would open and just go that far or just fail on the spell.
Well, you hear a click, and this iron rusted door just creaks open and inward into the room. Perception checks from everybody.
If it's sound,
Yeah, no check for you.
okay.
I hear nothing. I might as well be deaf.
You were too focused on casting your lights and rummaging through your bag. But RJ, as soon as he opens that door at this distance, you hear this scratching sound come to a stop, and then you hear shuffling.
And I tap. I say to Fez, "Get your crossbow ready." And I tap. Neth is like, "I think," and I say something.
I'm looking at you. I have my for now. I have my rope dart out. If we're at distance still.
And Fizz had moved up a little bit closer in the hallway to get 30 feet from it.
Yeah.
Where Nith would you have stayed ahead of him?
Probably right beside him.
6 foot wide corridor.
Then I'd be right behind him.
Okay.
And I, before anything happens, if there's, I ready an action that if anything comes out that door, I shoot it with my crossbow.
Okay.
So I've been told that I should get my crossbow ready, right? So
Yeah.
I'm gonna step behind the tall elf lady and pull out my crossbow and load a bolt.
Yeah, so RJ, you have your crossbow trained. Fizz kind of pushes back behind you, Nith, and begins pulling out his crossbow, and that is precisely when RJ you get your shot. As something comes through the door.
Okay.
Go ahead and make your attack roll. And then I'll need initiative from everybody.
And I am in defensive stance, so.
I don't know if that's good initiative. That's bad initiative, definitely.
Also, future reference for initiatives, if you have your token selected, and
Yeah, I
then...
thought I did.
Yeah, I didn't have the initiative turn order pulled up yet.
Oh, okay.
But if you have it selected, then click your initiative button. It will auto add you to the turn order. But I can do that real quick. No worries.
Friend, I
Okay.
don't shoot my bolt.
you put it away and you draw something else out. I think maybe I need
Yep.
this.
It's like,
On second thought.
on second thought, I'd take out my sword, and I will it to be a large size. What a large size? What is a martial?
You mean
No,
a
a large size
medium
club.
size?
Nope, I
Which
mean a
is
large size.
a large size. Okay, so 2 sizes bigger than you.
2 sizes bigger than me.
Okay.
Like a
And
long sword or a
Club.
scimitar?
a club.
A club.
Jesus.
It's a big motherfucking club.
It's actually bigger than you.
That's fine.
And then I just need RJ's initiative. Cool. Also, James, on the Roll20, there's the My Settings cogwheel in the top right. In there, at the very top, you can change your display name to your character name if you desire. That way it'll say Fizz at the bottom.
There we go.
Okay. And as per usual, because I have so much crap running on my computer right now, Roll20 is being a little sluggish.
Yeah, I just see like I see my portrait and I see just blackness.
Yeah, same.
Let me pull you guys to the right area. Do you see yourselves now?
I see me only.
Just
Yeah.
seeing myself.
Yeah, I just see like my character in a black screen.
Yes. Okay, hold on. I need to, let's see. Has sight, all players see sight, angle. I should have light set on Nithyrn. Do I have your guys' to has sight? All players see light. You're not emitting light. And then that. Do I need to set? I think this is the first time on this campaign I'm using darkness, so
Mm-hmm.
we have not done the lighting crap yet. Okay. That's why I enabled Fog of War for some reason. I only need dynamic lighting turned on.
Whoop, there at least we got a tunnel.
Now you should be able to see yourselves and the tunnel around you due to Nithyrn's light.
Okay, got it. And the thing.
And a thing.
5, 10, 15, 20. Are those so? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay, yep, got it.
So where's the door that we just opened? Oh, okay, no, I got it.
To your
I
left,
understand.
yep.
I understand the icons that people are using.
Oh, I mean, could I change it from a club to a heavy mace?
Yep,
Heavy
that's fine.
maces are a thing as well. Simple melee.
So it is a large heavy mace.
A large heavy mace.
Okay. Now, this, I will say it, corpse that comes walking around the corner looks very similar to what you guys recently encountered in the Center of Opportunity. However, this corpse is wearing tattered and decayed robes. They are a dark blue in color.
Okay.
But, Fizz, you are first to react.
I am.
What did you give me?
Wow, nice.
I'm going to react. I'm going to I'm going to pull out again from my pouch. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Also, because of your bardic stuff, roll me a knowledge religion,
Okay.
since you have all knowledge is untrained.
I do have knowledge religion as well.
Okay. You still have that simple, basic idea and point that these are the classic undead zombie, and that most damage, unless it's slashing, as far as weaponry goes, generally does not pierce it.
Okay.
AKA DR slashing.
Well, I'm going to pull out a stick of butter from one of my pouches, murmur a couple things, wave my hands around a little bit, and
Oh god.
I'm going to be casting grease. With one object or a
Monster.
10-foot square. So, right in front of him, essentially.
A 10-foot square?
Yeah. So it's
Like this?
yeah.
Monster.
Grease covers the solid surface with a layer of slippery grease. Any creature in the area when the spell is cast must make a reflex save or fall. A creature can walk within or through the area of grease at half normal speed with a DC 10 acrobatics check. Failure means it can't move that round and must make a reflex save or fall. While failure by 5 or more means it falls. I guess that's the acrobatics check. If it fails
Yeah.
5 or more, it's on.
So, you're wanting to put it in the 10 feet in front of him, not underneath him?
Well, 5, 10, 15, 20. But yeah, I'll put it underneath him and the square in front of him.
Okay, which means it'll also spill into the door by 1 square as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So it has to immediately make... Yep, when it is cast, reflex. So what's your spell save DC for level 1 spells?
I think it's just a... so it must make a successful reflex save. My...
DC 10 acrobatics. Says.
No, so when you initially cast the spell, it auto reflex saves it to make sure that they don't fall immediately. And then once things start moving within it, once it's already on the ground, then you start making acrobatics to see if you fall or not, which will prompt reflex saves.
Well, it says any creature in the area where the spell is cast must make a successful reflex save or fail.
Right. So on your...
fall.
Yeah. So on your sheet, in that spell section where it's like how many spells you have per day, blah blah blah, there will also be a cell for spell save DC.
So it's just a save DC level blank level 1.
Yeah, it's
so
not
right
gonna
next to level 1.
say it on his macro.
It's level 1. It's 13.
Okay. So the one immediately in front of you does not fall to the ground right away, but you do hear from within the doorway something just crack to the ground, and a slap into the grease happen.
That is my turn, because that's my standard action, and I am moving closer.
Okay. Reginald, you have a very big
You did
mace.
move closer?
No, I'm not moving closer.
Okay.
I'm not moving closer.
And you guys can move through each other just fine. You just can't end in the same space as each other.
Right.
I imbibe a and I imbibe a what do you call it? A potion of true strike.
Okay.
When you get a chance to hit, you're gonna hit.
Yep. And I end my turn there.
All right. The one leading the charge, acrobatics checks, succeeds with a very high roll.
And again, remember before we started, I said I'm being defensively, fighting
Yes.
defensively. Okay.
Yes. Okay. And it just lumbers up to in front of
Jesus.
you, Neth.
It's a pretty quick lumber.
Does it take a swing? Does it take a swing?
No, it just moves.
Okay.
This one back here stays on the ground. Oh boy. You hear something else fall. Interior of the door. And something else fall.
Hmm.
And one of them that comes lumbering, a second one comes lumbering out of the door and around the corner, just past the grease. Mithyan.
Okay, so I'm gonna stay in defensive mode for now.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, when I see them coming up and nothing swing at me, I flip my rope dart away and instantly, of course, can draw my wave blade.
Mm-hmm.
And I will do flurry of blows with my wave blade.
And you can see as you're beginning to engage with these creatures, their flesh is rotted in places, but it's like this black rot that has decayed their features, and parts of the skin still seem somewhat okay in a strange sense.
Okay.
And that first hit will definitely hit for 6. As
13
will
damage,
the
5.
second. Yeah, so it comes up and you just slash it right across the throat, do a spin, and slash right down its chest again, and whatever unlife is holding this thing together quickly fades as it slaps up against the side of the wall and slumps to the ground.
Okay. Hold position. I don't really have a choice. There's nowhere to go.
Bodies are difficult terrain, as a reminder.
For
And
them too.
It is. Yes, that is accurate.
So still in a defensive stance, of course, but with the blade out.
Mm-hmm.
How does attack of opportunity work when they have to go through difficult terrain?
That just makes their movement cost more or less. It doesn't change any of that aspect.
Okay.
And there's a certain number of things you just can't do on difficult terrain that may help avoid that sort of thing. But, Fizz, it is your turn.
Hey, I'm going to scoot back a little bit,
Slink around the corner.
or here.
Okay.
I guess there is better. Hope nobody comes up from behind. And I'm going to just holster my 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 crossbow, and I'm going to start singing to encourage RJ with a bardic performance. I'm going to inspire courage with my performance. It's going to be audible. Target ally must be able to perceive performance, which he should be able to. +1 morale on saves versus charm and fear effects. +1 competence on attack and weapon damage rolls. Go get him, RJ. You can do it. Use that mace. Use that mace.
It's just occurred to me that you can't really inspire Nith, can you?
No, I can't.
Nope. not if it's audio.
I can do visual, but I'm also behind her, so...
Oh, I'm looking around, but
Reginald,
I don't know what you can do yet anyway, so.
You have someone cheering you on, Reginald. You have your mace. What do you do?
How can I move and attack this round?
5, 10, 15, 20.
Yeah.
The body would slow you down and it would catch you up because that's 10 feet of movement, that space.
So I cannot.
Well, yeah, 5, 10, 15.
Walk forward and throw
5,
the club
10,
at them.
15, 20. Yes, because your move's only 20.
Because and the
Yep.
body square is 2 squares of movement.
Yep. Nope, you can't make it.
So no, you'd just be shy.
Then I take a mutagen to bulk up.
Just fucking popping potions left and right.
And you can 5-foot step still, though.
Yes, you could that.
And I 5-foot step.
Okay. Their turn.
I now have 12 strength.
This one moves up to you, Nithya.
Actually, I'm
And
gonna
that's
double
it.
check that.
Okay.
And you hear other movement from within, but nothing else comes through the doorway,
Okay.
bringing it to your turn.
Caution. Thrown to the wind. Not really. Just means I'm not
Not defensive.
defensive. And flurry of blows.
Ooh.
Rip the fucking head off the thing. Drop it.
It
And-
fails for sure.
So in some very graceful moves, you see it's almost like she's dancing, is what you see. So it's not like it's just like a ballet. And her arms swing, her feet swing. She has this blade that is like a curved blade that comes out of her hand. She just comes down and swipes down, spins around, swipes back up, and cuts the thing's head off.
And it drops to the ground. You're getting some pretty good rolls on that wave blade.
The wave blade is good.
You are unfortunately trapped where you are, unable to 5-foot step anywhere.
Yep, I know, I knew that.
But that does bring it around to Fizz again.
Well, I'm going to maintain my inspiration on RJ.
Yep.
RJ, you're on it, man. If you can't do it, no one can.
I'm gonna love having a bard in the group.
No doubt. It's awesome.
Silly quips here and there.
doesn't do me a whole lot of good, but it's still awesome.
So that's a free action to maintain.
Yep.
Yeah. Move forward a little bit.
Okay.
I think that's all I'm gonna do. Because there's not much I really want to get involved with right now.
RJ, you're certain you'll hit. You're bulked up. You have your mace. What does he do now? You're muted.
Oh, he moves as far as he can, and look while he's looking down at the corpses. He notices that they're similar to what they were fighting before, and wills the weapon to change into a. Let's see what type of bladed weapon I can use.
By the way, the grease is only active for 2 minutes. I don't know.
Each round is 6 seconds, so that's active for
Yeah.
20 rounds.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
Quick
However,
question, oh, go ahead.
in its duration, you can see that it has a D in parentheses. You can willingly dismiss the effect whenever you wish. Keep that in mind.
oh, okay.
That's what that D means. Yes, RJ?
What is the penalty to use a weapon that you're not proficient with?
Non-proficiency penalty, I believe, is -4. Each size category larger is -2.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure. Like -8
Alright.
if you double up on that and still keep large.
I switch it to a broken back CX.
Oh, what?
Or no, not broken back CX. Let's go with something big. Something big.
What do you have to stay in martial?
Simple actually.
Oh, you got to stay in simple. Okay.
If I want to not lose the proficiency, but there is very little slashing weapons in simple.
Yeah, it generally requires training to use a blade.
Yeah.
I change it to a dwarven long axe.
Excellent.
Large.
So as you're moving up and changing that, you see another one of these things start lumbering out into the hall, lose its footing on the grease, slam into the side. You hear again another slam as another fall happens within the room, and the third one kind of clambers over the top, sure of footing and using these bodies as step stools almost, and lumbers past the others on the ground and right up to you, RJ, and that brings it to Nith.
Yeah, it made it up to that spot right there.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't good.
Tight corridor fighting.
Yeah. Nothing I can really do reach wise.
Which likely feels somewhat restrictive to Nith because you're used to very big, dancey, sweepy motions, and you only have to move like 2.5 feet off to the side before you hit wall on either side.
No, I'm perfectly capable of moving right within my spot, still having these dramatic moves in a small area.
Yeah. So you don't have that extra feeling of space that you normally have.
Yeah, but the space is tight. What can I do? What does it take to... Is it a move action to move somebody? No, that's a grapple and a move, right?
No, there's a reposition maneuver that would take your standard.
That would take my standard, though, right?
Yeah, it would take your standard, and if he doesn't resist, then you guys would switch places.
So I will just... For now, there's not much I can do here. Is move here. I can't really much do of anything else, can I?
Yep, and I'll put those bodies.
They're fine because that means that's difficult terrain. I can't move there, and there's grease, so I can't move there really, and I can't move the enemy through the enemy.
You could attempt with an acrobatics to try and move through an enemy's space, but it might provoke if it has the ability to do such a thing.
But then, yeah, I don't really want to do that.
But then
either,
you'd also then you'd be in the grease.
Yep. So I will just, even though I don't know that it'd do a whole lot of good, I might still be able to bludgeon him a little bit. So I'm gonna rope, dart, range, bludgeon.
Okay. Trying to dodge and not hit RJ in front.
Yep.
It goes wide. The second one does smack it in the face, leaves a little dent in its forehead.
So it's something, and then I am now got the rope dart spinning around in my space. Okay, that's all I can do.
Back to Fizz.
Free action. Brave RJ. Keep that fight going. Move forward 1. I think that's gonna be it.
All right, Reginald, it is your time.
Reginald raises the axe and starts slamming it into the zombie.
Make your attack roll with a +12.
So it's a 20.
That'll hit.
All right, so it is a 1d12 normally on a medium. It became large.
I don't have that table, so.
So it is now 3d6.
Excellent. 3d6 plus strength mod.
Yep.
Plus,
Strength and a half.
Strength and a half
A
mod.
two-handed weapon.
You're right.
And,
But since I only have a mod of 1, it's still just 1.
and don't forget your bonuses from my inspiration.
Yeah, +1 to attack and damage.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's 21.
It still hits. But that
Does
means
more
another
damage.
+1 damage.
Yeah.
That was a 1d6. There you go.
As a standard action, can you prepare like a reaction, or is that a?
Yes, you can use your standard action to basically say, if somebody does this or that, then I do this.
Okay. It's good to know. Good
It
to know.
is 9 damage.
But if whatever you set as your trigger doesn't happen, then you wind up not being able to use the thing you held.
Yeah.
9 damage. All right. You
9 damage.
slam into it and nearly take its head off its shoulders. Well, nearly take one of its legs off, considering your size. You're probably not going to reach its head. And these things are human-esque in height.
Okay.
Anything else for you, RJ?
Can you move? Did you do a move action?
I could try to move into you, but that would be... I wouldn't be able to do any... We wouldn't be able to do that.
Okay. I mean, you can't do a full move up past me, can you?
Nope.
You could.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Because you still have a move action, so you have 20 feet. So you could spend the 15
Oh,
to
right.
get behind him. But that would provoke if this creature can attack an opportunity.
Don't I still have a 5-foot move action?
You can't 5-foot step,
you can't
though.
5-foot step.
A, because it's more than 5
Alright.
feet. B, because it's difficult terrain as well.
Yep. All right, then I will try. Let's see if it provokes an attack. I move.
It's a 16 hit your defense.
Yes. I don't have much defense, remember?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. But I do now have DR.
Okay. Well then, it is 6 bludgeoning damage.
4 bludgeoning damage.
Excellent, as DR absorbs some of that. as you go to move away, and it just, with its mostly unhinged leg, slings it in your direction and kicks you in the back of the head.
Using
kinda
its own
funny.
leg. Yeah.
It moves up, and that's it. Staggered is a fun condition to have. That one does not get off the ground, and that one does. And then it's back to Nith.
Okay. Ropes away. Wave blades out. Chop chop. Boom. Boom. 6.
That is enough to finish the job RJ has started.
I will move here.
Yep. You kind
That's
of
it.
stab right into the center of its skull, dropping it.
And the way I do it, Nith does it, is again kind of like as part of her move action. She goes through, slices it, kind of legs over, steps over it, zaps it up behind the back of the other side, then stands ready in the next location.
Excellent.
So it's my turn now.
Yep.
How much movement does the walking through the bodies cost?
So a square is normally 1 space. Any body space is considered difficult terrain, and it'll be 2 squares of movement, which each is 5 feet. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 to get right up behind Nith.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I just wiggle my way past RJ. Maintain my strong belief that RJ is gonna do right. It's gonna murder some people soon, hopefully. Don't let me down, man. Don't let me down.
Hey, I was murdering people. I did a good chunk of damage.
Okay, and I think that's how I'm gonna leave it.
Yep.
Yeah.
A very awkward fight here you guys have found yourselves in. RJ, that does bring it to you again. Continuing to get your inspiration. You now see a sea of bodies in your way.
RJ, seeing that his one attack that he knows will hit, changes his weapon into a dagger and moves forward.
Into that next event. You guys are like kitty stepping stone past one another, slowly forward. I love it.
It's the tight hallway, man. It's the tight hallway.
There's a room in there, I swear. But you open the door from a distance.
We can't get there.
But hey, at least we're not flanked.
Yeah.
This is true.
Instead of a dagger, I'm going with a sickle. Sickles are slashing.
Excellent.
You should do something with range too. There's 10-foot weapons.
You hear the door slam into the wall as something slams in against it and slips to the ground again. This one also does not manage to make any progress as it clambers to its feet and then just face plants again on the ground.
Oh man!
Nithir.
I thought he would move.
Its grease is actually pretty incredible.
What is it that grease? What does it try to do? You have to do a reflex.
Yeah, well, it's the acrobatics.
Acrobatics check, 10 or higher.
Okay. I will 5-foot step into it just to see what happens.
Acrobatics.
You
are fine.
And as if it's a slick surface, like a skating surface, I spin using the grease as part of my actions. And miss.
Ooh, that first one's in that one.
Yep.
So we use a critical hit and fumble deck.
I hit the wall or something.
Well, we'll see. Critical fumble with the melee weapon. You, in your spinning, anticipated spinning with the grease. It was a cool move in theory, but it made you have to right yourself with your arms in such a way that you just slashed your arm for 1 point of damage.
Okay. Self-inflicted wound.
And then the second one does make contact as you correct your form and get a little bit of a slash in. Fizz.
Okay. I really believe you in you, RJ. I know you can do this. I know you can. I believe. I'm gonna dismiss Grease. We've got allies on it.
Let's just maybe this side.
And oh, yeah. Yeah.
And that's a free action to dismiss that.
Yeah. Can I? Am I allowed more than one free action, or?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna just for the heck of it, I'm gonna cast Dancing Lights down towards the other end of the hallway, like behind us.
Okay.
Just so that my paranoia is satisfied.
What happened?
He's illuminating the other end of the hallway behind you guys.
Yeah.
Your headset working?
Hello?
We hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Any movement for you, Fizz?
No, I'm
All
happy
right.
where I am.
Reginald, the grease is
Knee deep.
cleared. You're past the bodies.
Sweet.
Well, among the
Knee
last
deep in
bodies.
rotting flesh. I'm okay.
Yes.
Did the zombie move?
No, it hasn't yet to get up.
All right, because I don't see a zombie where it was before.
It's there. It's in the far corner.
There's one there.
No, I know it's supposed to be there. I just don't see the token.
You might have to refresh your roll 20. Sometimes things bug out.
All right. Well,
But yes, there's one in front of Nithyarin in the corner.
seeing that, I move myself up here,
Mm-hmm.
and I switch my weapon out again into a spring blade.
All right. A
A
spring
spring
blade?
blade is a range. Yep,
Uh-huh.
is a ranged weapon of 10 feet, piercing or slashing. And I attack. It is a small weapon, by the by.
Okay. So no horrifying negatives.
Horrifying negatives.
That'll hit.
+1, so 17.
Mm-hmm.
Then technically it's a 1d3.
+1 because of inspiration.
+1 because it is a. Well, I'm using my.
Yep. 1d3 +2. Excellent.
How do I do 1d3?
You can just /R space 1d3.
Also, if you Google roll dice, it's like a interactive dice roller.
There's one right on the page.
Yeah.
I know. There's no 1d3 dice.
Oh yeah, you just gotta type it.
+2, so 3.
3.
Excellent. You give it a good slash. They're free to get up, but they must use their action to do so. This is going to provoke from you, Nithyarin, as the one gets up in front of you.
I don't think he should stand up personally.
And he's
So
dead. He ain't that
ask
smart.
him just to, just go back down, please.
Now this kills it just base damage. Yeah. Just it gets about halfway up, but it left its neck entirely exposed, and you just cut it down. The other one, you hear something else shuffling and just inside the doorway, and that brings it to you, Nith.
It didn't move.
No,
Okay.
it got up with its turn.
5 foot step in. I don't have vision for some reason. There's like a squiggly something in the way.
Yeah, I never actually removed the door on the lighting layer.
Ah, there's something. And I don't like them, so Flurry of Blows, Waveblade.
Now,
Bam.
you wouldn't have a full action because you wouldn't have been able to 5-foot step onto the body.
Ah, you're right. Okay, so just the first one then.
Second one would have missed anyway, but that still does hit for 7. Fizz! Nithyan is swinging her arm into the doorway, and you see nothing coming from behind. As you stand amid the rotting corpse at your feet. Smells pretty bad.
No. Smells pretty terrible. But I can continue playing through the pain. Come on, RJ. I know you can do it. Push forward. Push forward. Through the pain. I gotta move forward. And
Nithyan, you can see the room you would have had to move about in for the fight.
I really do believe in RJ. I'm gonna ready an action to cast Ghost. Or wait, I need to check to see how long that is. No, it's 2 rounds. I think I need to determine focus. So now that's it. That's my turn.
Okie dokes. Reginald!
Reginald moves forward, with nothing else to do.
Well, so you do have partial vision once you move forward. There is a small penalty for attacking on a corner like that. But you can still make the attack. It is considered having cover. So it's a little harder to hit.
Percent of cover, whatever that is.
Right.
Alright, then I will try to attack.
I guess I probably could have.
That looks pretty good.
Could have done that.
Because you got a couple pluses. Yeah.
That will still hit.
Okay. Roll my percentage, see if I miss or not.
It's not a percentage. The cover is just giving him extra AC or defense.
Oh, okay. I thought
it's not concealment.
Yeah, cover, right?
Yep. Then another D3.
+2.
+2.
+2.
Hey, and with max damage, RJ does it. And as you reach around the corner and slash it, the life sustaining its undead form and its eyes dims, and it stops moving and hits the ground. And a silence, aside from Fizz's lute playing, takes the hall.
Okay, I look around the room, see if there's anything to see in here. I step in.
Okay.
I follow.
I'm following.
So there is not much on the floor or any sort of furniture or anything in this room of itself. However, there are many carvings along all of the walls of this room. Anyone with history checks can start rolling those up.
Okay.
Zabad can do it.
And the monk is kind of just busy at the moment, thinking about those dead things.
While here in the moment, whatever history or tales these may relate to kind of obscure your memory, you do still see what the depictions and things are themselves. You can see on the southern wall here on the map, it is this big map. You can see Reginald, a spot on the map that looks like Silver Lake that you're aware of. And from there, you're able to ascertain where the Copula Sierras mountains are that you guys all recently passed through. And even the forest that is off to the southwest or east of that as well. Although, one thing of note, Reggie, that you do see is this map does not depict the Trail of Rymation, if you are aware of what that is.
I am not.
Okay.
I don't think my character would either.
Is it the trail I came in on?
No.
Okay,
I couldn't
no.
remember if that was something you knew or not. But aside from this large map view, there's also a number of spots on the map where these gems are embedded in the wall, almost like markers or locations. On some of the other walls, you see depictions of giant winged beasts flying above the landscape around this map. And dotted across it, there are lines drawn from these winged beasts and these carvings down towards these locations on the map itself. Almost like fishing lines or something, tying them to it. Beneath the underside of where these spots are on the wall that these are being pointed out, you see vine-like outstretches, like roots of a tree, carved underneath of them. Some of this mural is somewhat obscured in scratch marks, claw on other parts.
The beasts, do they look like the tapestry that we saw in the other area?
They do.
I make note of that.
How big is this wall? Is it small enough that if I get paper, would I be able to do a etching of it?
So the wall itself is about 30 feet across, and it's about the roof or the ceiling in this chamber is a bit higher than the hallway you just left. So it's a 15 tall by 30 foot mural. Most of it in the central portion is this map that seems to be an entire continent. And
You did to sketch it out then.
these forms
Yeah.
are on the edges.
Do you have the skill to sketch it out?
I do not, but I will check. I think I might
You could
go
always
see.
try.
Yeah.
It'd be like a craft cartography, which you don't need to be trained to use craft. It would just kind of represent how good you are at kind of scribing it down.
I want to do that right now, but
Does it use any sort of what does it use? It uses int, right?
yeah. But before that, Reggie's gonna be. I want to try to jot this down, but I think we should do this later because I don't think it's Well, it's as safe as it can get, isn't it? Yeah. Fizz, would you be able to copy anything on this wall?
With paper and pencil. I don't really know. I never really bothered to learn how to write.
Hmm.
It just wasn't really something that was important to me.
All right. Well, I'll try, and if I can't do it, would you guys be willing to come back and with a map so I can at least jot down where these gems are?
Yeah.
Yep, I shake my head.
There is some sort of writing of script on the locations of where these gems are as well, but I don't believe any of you read it.
I could try. Yeah, I don't. Not very good with maps, to be honest. I kind of go where the wind takes me. So
All right. And I try to craft, and do I do an int check for it? For a
Yeah, since you don't
try to
have
jot down.
any ranks in it, you can just roll your intelligence to see how well you're able to copy it down. There's
Before I
also
do that, I cancel my mutagen.
okay. There's also a couple of like high hung shelves along the wall, but what looks like may have once contained books have either been removed or you see there's a couple of piles on the ground beneath them where there's this mush that was probably once a book, but
That makes me
kicked
sad.
1,000 times by these shambling zombies and over time just decayed and weathered and
All right, I take a piece of paper and a pencil, and I start trying to sketch out this map with everything in it.
okay.
Natural 20.
Oh man, good
Good
timing.
job. Boy, is he good.
At a certain point, as he's taking time, you see him masterfully start copying down this map depiction. Nithya, and eventually your light does go out.
I can recast it infinite.
Yeah, so you keep it lit.
Yep.
and I
But
can cast like dancing lights to give a little bit better illumination if necessary as well.
so you keep it lit for him, and RJ, you're even able to not only get a pretty good depiction of the shape itself and some of the features and details within the map. You're able to copy down the script that is written on a number of places along the map.
Nice.
Looks pretty accurate in comparison, and provided somebody could read it, or you find somebody who reads it, it's likely that they'll still get the same interpretation, from what you can tell.
Sweet.
Pretty nice drawing. Have you ever considered taking up painting or drawing?
This isn't really drawing. It's more like mathematical formulas. I think I was just figuring out which ways certain angles are to follow it.
My eyes have glazed over halfway through this. Right. Okay. Very interesting. Shall we continue?
Oh, sure. Oh, by the way, what were you doing back there? I just felt real. I just felt really confident when I was using my weapon.
It's just something I've noticed over the years is that whenever I play for someone, they tend to, have a little bit more courage. Okay.
Oh, that sounds really useful. Thank you.
No problem. I kind of figured my crossbow would be a little bit useless.
We stay on map, Navarre, or do you want to take us back off and feed her the mind, or what do you want to do?
You guys are fine to stay on the map for now.
Okay. So I head down slowly, wait for everybody to catch up.
I was
Yep.
theater reminding the first part because you guys hadn't encountered anything yet that forced you onto the map.
Yeah, I'm good either way. So
But this is your guys' first dungeon, so okay, Nithyan, stop there.
yep. I would have peeked before I went actually, so but that's fine.
Okay. Either way, you don't. There's nothing of note down the hall or anything, so you peek, and everything looks fine.
Visual. Okay, I move slowly.
Yep. So, but hold on. As you do,
Nope.
get back on the hallway, you fools. As you do step out into this section, Nithyan, make me a reflex save as you feel the stones beneath your feet start to shift.
Okay. Pretty good at reflex.
Okay. Yes. You're able to jump ahead as about half of this square worth. Here, I'll draw it to give you guys a bit of a depiction. There's like this section of ground there, on the right side, down and into the corner, collapses into some sort of sinkhole or something that's formed.
Okay.
I look down into the hole.
Just looks like dirt and earth. A space
Okay.
beneath the floor where, over time, the earth had eroded away to form a pocket, and with pressure being put on it, collapsed the
So-
stonework.
So that whole corner, how far down did it drop?
About 5 feet or so.
Okay, so just the
It may
floor
not have hurt
collapsed.
too badly, but the way some of the stones fell to rest, it may have impaled you here and there, should you have fallen with the floor.
Okay.
See, I thought it was a trap and there was going to be spikes.
That can happen too.
Um,
So is there still a corner for them to get around, or do they need to
yeah,
fix it?
you guys can slip around the edge of the corner. And you do see there's a set of double doors up ahead. And on the left wall, there is a little alcove where it looks like another door.
Okay, I
Only
move very slowly, wait for everybody to catch up. I'm now testing the ground ahead of me
okay.
as I go. So consider it a long stretch foot, test, and then go.
Hmm.
I follow that
I
with
look
his
back.
steps.
I look back, and I pointed my ears.
Right, I'll keep my ears open.
Okay. Same thing. Peek around the corner.
It's a door.
Okay.
To be precise, you see it looks like a wooden door.
Okay.
The one on the left, whereas the double doors ahead of you also are wooden doors.
Okay. So I just reach out and very carefully touch the door and kind of see if I feel any vibrations. They'd have to be super obvious.
The
And
one on the
then-
left?
Yeah, we'll start with the one on the left.
Okay.
Just kind of very carefully touching it where it looks like maybe on the hinge side, just kind of doesn't feel like it's any vibrations on it.
Mm-mm.
None? Okay.
Not that you can tell, no.
I look back. Quite my hands up. point at each door.
Make me a perception check though, since you were kind of, taking note of it. Yep. Looks fine.
Okay. Seeking feedback.
I'll make a kicking motion. Towards the wall.
She points at you and does this again.
What does she want? Sorry, I didn't hear you, Miguel. I don't know if you're.
She wants you to unlock the door.
Oh, okay. That's not a problem. So I'll pull out a brass key again.
Mm-hmm.
Motion and wave and mutter, and the door should open if it's not restrained in any way.
It does seem to be locked.
So it's resisted. So it doesn't do anything. So put
Correct.
the key back away. I whispered to the original, "It didn't work," and shrug it, and then motion again to kick at the door. Well, I kick towards the wall. But
Is there like a handle or something, or what?
Yeah, you see a latch, and there's like a handle and a keyhole there.
She thinks for a second. Points back. And points back towards the way we came.
I don't know what she wants.
I think she might have found something. We should follow her for now.
Okay. Oh, I'm not even looking at Roll20, and you guys have disappeared.
And so she points, and she just starts pointing at the bodies, and then does that. This is.
Oh, that's it. That's reasonable. Let's go check the bodies for a key.
Yeah.
And so we
She
check.
won't-
We
won't
check
do
the
it.
bodies for keys. I will.
I mean, I'll also check if I'm at all confident.
Yeah, no need for perception checks here.
Okay.
You rifle through the variety of robed bodies, and Fizz, you do come across a handful of, like, a couple of pouches, and in them are things that you would recognize as various arcane, like, spell components, similar to your butter or your key you're using. Different bits of things that one might keep in a spell pouch.
Anything that's like particularly valuable?
No,
Would that
nothing
be-
of inherent note, but it more so, informs you a little bit
Yeah.
of the type of people they may have once been. But on one of them, you do come across a ring of keys, and it has like 6 or 7 keys on it.
I'll take the keys and hand them to, like, call Reginald over, and hey Reg or Jay. Here, I think I found the keys. Here you go.
Oh, perfect.
I don't know if Elf Lady will take them from me.
Oh, I think she will. She'll grow on you.
Elf lady. I love that.
Let's see if any of these keys work.
All right, so we head back. Hang on, I'm trying to get charge power for Chase real quick here before he freaks out.
Yeah.
There you go.
I
So you
give
don't go
the
back.
keys to Neth.
All right. All right, I take the key and I look, and first of all, just visually inspect the keys versus the keyhole, see if anything looks like it's similar.
They're all fairly similar looking keys in general, all made of like a brass type material with slightly varying different notches.
So how many is on the keychain?
6.
6. She puts it between her hands, holds the keys, so she can separate the keys. Tries with the first one. So I don't know how you, and then just we'll start trying. So very quietly, very carefully, put the key in, see if it fits, and then see if it turns for a lock.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do that till either none of them work or one of them works. And if one of them works, I'm going to try to make note of it by taking that sword and maybe pulling the blade out a little bit and then just scratching a mark on the key if I get one of them to work.
Everybody make a will save.
Monster.
Yeah. Okay. So there's notes there on will save notes.
Yep.
Monster.
Fizz and Nithirn, you are fine. Nithirn, you notice around the handle of the door when you try it after the first lock, these small little purple runes flare up and then fade. And RJ, you're just so sleepy. And you put your arm and your head against the stone wall and slide and slump, and you think it's just you need to take
Give
a
me
nap.
5 minutes. I'm gonna.
And RJ falls asleep.
So try to wake him up. Did the key open the lock, by the way?
Not the first one,
Okay.
which is when this happened. Unless
Okay, happened right away.
yeah, the first time you tried the handle.
Okay. So try to wake him up.
You shake him, nothing.
Okay. I look at
The
Fizz.
intermediary's gone.
Look at Fizz and go,
Yeah. I'm thinking.
I already like this Fizz Nithirn dynamic I see developing.
I'm going to try casting Ghost Sound, which is so I'll pull out a bit of wool,
Mm-hmm.
wave my arms around, mutter some words. So it allows me to create a volume of sound that rises and recedes, approaches, or remains at a fixed place. You choose what type of sound creates.
What sort of sounds are you making?
Depends on your level. I guess I can just do that so that everyone can see that. So I think it's 4 humans per level, and I'm second, so that's 8 people.
So the sound of 8 people.
Yeah. Shouting in the ear of RJ.
He does not wake.
He does not wake.
But RJ, in this fever dream you're suddenly having, people are shouting at you.
That would hurt my ears so badly, even if I was asleep or wasn't asleep.
let's see. I don't know if I know of any way to wake somebody up magically. I don't know if a heal wakes people up, but I can't. I don't know if I'd really heal anybody anyway, but Do I have any idea what's wrong with them? Do I have a? Is there any reason why I would have a, besides seeing the thing flare up? I think it's some sort of magic spell, right?
It's a fair assumption.
Okay.
Does anybody have spellcraft that's awake?
I have
I do.
spellcraft.
I do have spellcraft as well,
Yeah.
but I don't have any idea what's wrong with them. Neither one of us. Yeah.
He just
We
fell
don't-
asleep. He's just the lazy little bum.
He must be really tired.
Sleeping magic? Yeah, you guys aren't quite recalling at the moment.
Yeah, he's just really tired.
Or at least this particular magic you're not sure of.
Jace is saying, I'm not. So I don't think I would go on without RJ awake.
Yeah.
So I would pick him up
Mm-hmm.
and head back out. Grab him and head the way back out we came.
I follow.
All right. And so,
Because I honestly don't think I would, because I really think of him as our leader, and I don't know this Wiz character whatsoever to speak of, or Fizz, and we don't have Wizrune here, so I'm thinking go back and maybe get some help.
okay. So you guys follow the path back the way you came and ascend the stairs and find yourselves back in the cool summer day, or the warm
So
summer day.
as soon as it opens, I am going to think about grabbing some vines and stuff and covering the opening and trying to make it look so it's not obvious that there's an opening there.
Okay.
So I want to just spend a second or two to try to stealth it up a little bit.
You do notice that the crystal that flared when the thing opened has dimmed about half of its light since you first entered.
So it might only stay open so long. Anyway, so we'll find that out. Anyway, so how long we were in there?
Probably because you stopped for the drawing, which was the longest portion of time. You were probably down there 25, 30 minutes
Okay.
in total.
All right. So 25, 30 minutes. Okay, got it. So don't know what anybody else is doing, but I'm picking up RJ and heading back to town to go find Wizard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm following behind. I do not go into scary places by myself.
Yeah, and you make your way back to the tavern, where you see Huru tending to a couple of people at a table. Wizrune is also up and about, looking much better, kind of just poring over his tome on the table.
Of note, she's holding. You know how she always used to carry him before?
Mm-hmm.
She's holding him more like a child.
Right.
Okay.
And at some point, after leaving the cemetery, the little dog caught up to you.
Okay. Don't know what that means, but it's a dog. Okay. Let me know when I find somebody with our group.
I mean, you see Wizrune at the table.
I get his attention.
He, after a moment of waving at him, he notices you and shuts his book, sticks it in his pack, and comes and walks over. Is he all right?
seems to have fallen asleep.
I see. Like, just of his own accord?
No, we
She's
were
pointing
trying
at
to
him.
open up.
She's pointing at him.
Well, we were trying to open up a door in a little hidden place underneath the graveyard, and me and the elf were okay, but our little gnome friend kind of just passed out. He did a lot of fighting. Could have just tuckered him out. He could just be. He could just.
Well, I mean, we should make him comfortable then. I'm sure he'll rouse eventually.
Take him to his room.
Has he failed his spellcraft check?
Hey,
I'll take us to his room, and then I'm gonna go get Sin.
RJ will never wake up ever again.
Curse number 2.
While
No.
the elf is doing that,
I go get
I
Sin.
will proceed to go over to my little performance area, start getting a group of people around to tell them a tale of a secret hidden dungeon underneath Belin. And it's located. The entrance is near in the graveyard.
So you immediately start spinning the tale of the events that have just happened. And
And I was, for the most part, I was completely oblivious to the fact that the elf was trying to hide the entrance. So I am telling every person I meet.
Make a performance check.
And
Do
make a what
performance. Yeah, performance. To see.
Which kind of performance?
However you're curating this tale.
Through song.
Through song. And oratorily. I'm
Nice.
also
Nice performance.
and to give a little, add a little ditty to it. I'm trying to greatly exaggerate the fact that it was a horde of zombies. It was a horde of zombies, definitely. 20 to 30 zombies came at us in a large room.
Excellent. So you begin spinning the tale, and you get a couple of people enamored. Ula is there, and she's one of the onlookers, and she seems very engaged in paying attention to you.
Excellent.
One of the other commoners that you get the ear of, he just seems like you've unnerved him. Like, he starts looking shifty and like looking out the window, and but you begin that as Nithir, and you go and put Reginald down to rest, and then you go and you find Sin, who is napping in the carriage.
Wake him up.
Yeah,
Grab him by the arm and start pulling him.
whoa, all right, calm down, it's all right. And he just kind of mutters and stammers as you pull him towards Reginald.
Yep.
It's, well, he seems asleep. Is he just... What happened?
How does she do it? She generates magic.
Yes. God damn it.
Just a lazy bum.
He's rolled a 3.
Nobody knows how to help you.
RJ is forever asleep. Time to roll a new character.
Sleeping Beauty. They get to check each day though, so
He goes, I mean, and starts to look over RJ. Doesn't seem to have any wounds. Let's see, no bruises, no cuts, no. Seems he's all right. I guess we just wait it out, whatever it is. I'm sure he'll wake up sooner than later.
She sits down cross-legged in front of him, not gonna move till he moves. She'll wait till if she can go into one of her trances, then she'll see what she can do.
Hmm. So, Fizz,
Yeah.
over the course of the day, you tell every single person you meet this story to the point where Huru, you can just hear her audibly sigh occasionally when you start it again.
Can I'm also going to be while Ula is there.
Yes.
I'm gonna after I've finished one round of regaling people of the fantastic story, I'm going to pull her aside and tell thank you so much for touring us around today, and helping with my newfound friends. Please take this as a token of my appreciation, and I'll slip the silver ring that I found off my finger and give it to her.
She holds it in the palm of her hand and. Thank you. This was very sweet of you. Um, Nobody's ever given me a gift like this before.
Well, that is a shame.
And she kind of flushes a bit. Would you like to have dinner tonight?
Sure.
I was making stew this afternoon, and I'm gonna have way too much. I'm not gonna be able to eat it all before it goes bad. Yeah.
That sounds delightful.
At dusk, then. My place?
Sure.
My mother lives with me. She'll be there, but she's a sweet lady. She's half blind in one eye, too, so don't mind if it wanders a bit. Um, yeah. And like with kind of a sheepish but big smile, she palms the ring and kind of dances off with a bit of a happiness to her step.
Excellent. And then, performing, entertaining people.
So several hours pass. RJ remains asleep. A few more pass. And the light of the day begins to fade.
Go into my evening trance.
Okay, you cut it a little early today, but you go into your trance.
I'm heading for dinner with
Yep.
Ula and her crazy grandmother.
I see if I can find somebody home.
You reach out with your connection toward RJ, and you do find RJ in his dreams. RJ, you find yourself in that corridor still, just waiting, alone, You're not sure for what. You're just waiting.
RJ, are you there?
Hmm? Yes.
Can you talk?
I think so.
Do you know where you're at?
Aren't we still in the corridor?
Yeah, you're not aware you're dreaming.
No. Something magic when we tried to open the door. The key, a magic rune or something flashed up on it, and you fell into sleep, and nobody knows why.
You
Like a
sure?
yes, I'm sitting in front of you.
This feels.
You're in the room in the bed right now, and I'm sitting right in front of you.
Oh, this feels real. Like it's only been like, what do I feel like? It's only been a few seconds.
Yeah, I mean they were just with you, and you kind of felt tired
Yet,
for half a second, and then you started to look around, and they were gone, and then Nithyan came around the corner just now.
yet, you and I are speaking.
Oh, that is true. Oh, well, I guess if this is the same thing that happens all few nights now, because we are in a dream. Yeah, if you say magic runes, I wonder. Spell check.
Yep.
Actually, because I have a ability, I take a 10, but technically it's taking a 12, and does a 19 beat it.
Okay. So, with your recollections on sleep magic, there are various forms that it could be. There are some that just merely incapacitate people for short periods of time, and merely shaking them awake does the trick. There's other forms of sleep enchantment that, um, unless someone were to take actual damage, they will remain asleep until the effect runs dry. And then there's very powerful sleep magic that it doesn't matter what you do, but you're just out for whatever duration the hold has.
And, well, if what you say is true,
I mean,
um,
I can imagine what it was like for you. It was a blue shine, and I felt this urge, but then it just passed for both me and for Fizz. But you passed out, and you have been sleeping for a very long time.
well, I'm not too familiar with sleep magic, but if I read my textbooks right, there's a few things you can try. Did you try shaking me up awake?
Yeah, we tried to wake you. I didn't shake you hard or anything like that. I don't want to hurt you.
And I'm still asleep. Well, if you do hurt me, I may wake up then as well. There are magics like that. But if that doesn't work, I think it's just time. Well, if you say it's been a few hours out there and I feel it's only been a few seconds, it won't feel too bad for me, so you don't have to worry.
So, just wait, or is there something I can do?
Well, you can try hurting me. That might
Really?
jolt me up. Yeah.
Okay.
But besides that, it's really just time. I think there's really only been a few cases where somebody's never woken up. Usually, usually it's a few minutes to a couple hours. But we'll see, right?
Okay. All right. I'll do that. While I'm here, this and I say his full name. How do I say your name again?
Reginald
No.
Moonfire.
Frederick.
Oh, Frederick Ericaz, the Wondrous.
So I say it. Frederick Ericaz, the Wondrous. What do you think of him?
Well, I think he's fun. He's compared to many of our compatriots, he's a lot more jovial, I guess.
Is he? I mean, the
Seems
words
like
he
it.
says is funny, and he's always smiling, but he doesn't seem to like me very much.
Oh, well, I think that's just because he's too used to people speaking, and that's all he can perceive.
That's
And
true.
when somebody who can't speak and he tries to converse with them, he doesn't know what to do because he loses his identity without being able to talk to people, right?
Well, he plays an instrument. Does he play
Hmm.
good?
Yeah, I think he actually plays quite well.
Since this is not taking much time for you right now, what did it sound like? Imagine it.
Mm, considering that this dream is a bit different, I don't think I can.
Ah, that's a good point. Okay, I'm gonna wake you up, and she leaves.
Okay.
I just pull out my Wayblade and poke him.
Yep, you can do minimum 1 damage.
Yep,
So 1
minimum 1
damage to
damage.
you, Reginald.
Man, I was hoping for some elf on gnome slapping.
I could have slapped him, I guess, but a poke seemed like a reasonable thing.
Yeah.
And Reginald, you snap to consciousness with the stabbing pain in wherever it stabbed you.
No,
I did
that
it
hurts.
like in a non-lethal area, like in a
Hmm.
area that wouldn't hurt much, like shoulder or thigh or something like that.
Well,
So poke him in the ear.
This time, Reginald, you do not recall the dream sequence you just had.
no.
You just suddenly wake up.
Why
There
are
you are.
we in the tavern?
We were just. Oh, I can't talk.
Dream's over. No talking for you.
Yeah.
Huh? I, I was asleep. Oh, and I look out the window. Hmm. Well, it's really.
She's signing a bunch of stuff, a lot of stuff. You catch a couple words. Sleep.
Sleep? What, did something happen with sleep? I was asleep.
She pulls out the keys.
You opened a lock and I fell asleep? Was I that tired? No.
And she
Magic. Oh. Huh. That's a strange thing. I don't feel rested at all either.
She's like,
Oh, thank you.
you didn't know what I
Huh?
meant, but that's okay.
Nope. I just thought that you cared about me and you brought me back because I was asleep.
Good enough.
So, meanwhile, as all that's been taking place,
Yep.
Frederick, you have gone to Ula's house for dinner. As you leave the tavern, you find the little dog is now following you.
Okay. So I'll try to shoo it away as I continue walking.
It kind of just trots about 5 feet behind you, but keeps pace with you.
He hasn't bitten anyone, so I'm just gonna ignore him for the most part.
And you make it back over towards Ula's house, and to get to Ula's house, you do have to pass the cemetery. And as you do move past it, you do note that the staircase is re-obscured.
Not just with the vines, but like
Right, you can see where actually some of the vines have sunk in, and where the stone plate has slid back over the entrance. So now there are some vines like awkwardly sticking up out of the ground. And there's this like slightly dirt covered patch where the stone has moved twice now, and you know the dirt looks off there, but so you make it to Ula's house, and as you get close, you can smell the scent of food as you approach the house. Before you even get to the door, you can see she has a window open, and she notices you as you start approaching and comes and greets you at the door. She kind of just gives a little bow and, hello.
Hello. It is good to see you again.
Agreed. I'm glad you could make it. Please, come in.
So, enter.
As she, like, goes to shut the door. Oh, is this your little dog? Oh, how cute. Goes down and picks it up and pets it.
Sure. It is mine. Bluff?
Sure. Ooh.
22.
Okay, you beat her. She rolled high.
It is totally my dog.
Using the cute dog card. Oh, well, he can have some stew too. It's got meat in it. And this is my mother, Mary.
It is a pleasure to meet you.
Good evening. What are your intentions with my granddaughter?
I was just invited for dinner, so...
Well-dressed man gives a woman a ring. You don't just come over for dinner.
It was but a small token.
Ooh, it's just like, Grandma, stop! He's a guest! I'm sorry, please forgive her. And she like looks blushed. I'll go get dinner prepared. Like flusters away and leaves you there with Granny. She's just looking you up and down. You remind me of my daughter's husband back when he was young. What do you do?
I travel and I share songs and tales of grand adventures.
So you're a
Perhaps
street
you've
peasant.
heard of me. My name is Frederick. Erica is the Wondrous.
Nope. Bad ears. Don't hear much these days.
Well, soon enough, my name will be known throughout the land.
Ah. Good luck with that. And Ula serves dinner, and you have pleasantries and conversation. Any particular thing of note that you are attempting during dinner or after, or
No, just trying to have a good time.
with your
Enjoying company.
with your charm, Granny eventually comes around a little bit. You get a few laughs out of her, and edge that tension that she initially had with you. Ula at one point asks, "Could you play the one song that you play? I really like that one.
Sure.
I bet my grandma would love it too." And you play a performance for her, and it's not your best of performances, but it's not bad either. And even little dog gets to eat some, and you have a nice accompanied night. As dinner,
Eventually.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, as dinner closes, Ula goes to say her goodbyes, and sneaks a peck on the cheek on your way out.
Excellent.
He says,
Score.
"I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
Maybe we could go for a walk after your afternoon performances. There's
Yes,
a
perhaps.
there's a nice field I know of around here."
Sounds like a plan.
As you return, whistling or happily or however it is you proceed,
Oh yeah, I'm whistling.
little dog still following beside you.
First, because it's my dog.
Of course, it's my dog.
As I make my way to the tavern,
Uh-huh.
they mentioned this person named Sin who they waved to earlier in the day. Is he in the tavern or around the tavern or?
When you get back near the tavern, you see they have their carriage that they've pulled up nearby it. And you can see this elderly man with this shock of white hair. He's got simple kind of clothing on, with like an overcoat that's a little bit longer to the knees. And he is set up a hammock between a couple of the posts of the tavern outside, and seems to be kind of setting up his little area for the night.
Hmm. You, my friend, look like you could use a drink.
I don't really partake in alcohol these days. I got into quite a bit of trouble in my youth with it.
You can't ever have a little fun without having a little bit of trouble, in my experience.
You're that performer fellow in there, aren't you?
Why, yes,
I've heard you
I
the
am.
past couple nights. It sounded nice. Where did you learn your art?
Oh, I've been practicing since I was a boy. I've picked up a few tunes from passing bards and performers of the kind through near my home.
Well, I look forward to seeing how your talent develops. I have heard many a bard in the day, and sounds like you have the makings for something. Not many people that are talented these days.
I know it's such a sad state of affairs.
It is sad. And on second thought, this is a winery. There is one occasion I do drink. It's over a nice, good meal with a glass of wine. Would you join me for some dinner?
I have already eaten, but I would gladly join you for a glass of wine. And we can chat while you eat.
That sounds delightful. Seem like a chipper young man. And so, you guys head into the tavern. And as you have dinner with Sin, everything goes well. He begins drinking his glass of wine. When a big, burly looking man, out of breath, comes through the door, slams it a little to the side. You can see he's got this lumbering axe on his back. And he just looks around a bit wild eyed, looks at you. You! You stole my dog! And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
That's a good ending. All right.
That was great.
Introduction to terror. Big burly dude's gonna beat the flute player up.
Sounds like an average tavern night.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
We'll see. We shall see. We shall see.
That was a good 4-hour session.
Yeah.
It
Good
was a
intro.
good one.
Good intro. Lots of good role play.
Yep, a good little intro to the dungeon.
Characters are starting to get to know each other a little bit.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We got somebody who's actually not super edgy in the party again.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's happiness and smiles and giggles in the party for once.
So it's going to be interesting to see with Tim in it too, to see how that interaction goes
Mm-hmm.
with Taween.
That will be. Yep.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I also felt like this would be a pretty good stop point too. It's kind of between days, between activities, before you delved back in the dungeon. That way, Taween has a chance to catch up.
Hmm.
From a narrative point of view, it felt like a decent, pause point.
Yeah, considering that no matter what, we probably would have gone to the dungeon again right after, anyways.
Right. I did not anticipate you guys leaving the dungeon midway through by any means.
I couldn't think of a reason why my character wouldn't know how to wake him up.
Well, yeah, there was that, and all of your attempts at the spellcraft epically failed. Like, even all of your party members, everyone rolled like 10 or below, or sub 10, I think. On
Monsters.
Yeah.
You're all monsters.
I mean, Mark knew, probably could have slapped him and woke him up. But Nithiarn didn't know that, and she wouldn't have done it. She wouldn't have hurt RJ for any reason, Reginald. So
Yeah, I rolled
I couldn't think of a reason to come up with a way to know how to wake him up.
I rolled a crit 1 on the spellcraft, so I was like, oh no, like the thing that I experienced with the weird will save, that is not at all related to what's just happened.
Right. Exactly.
He's just tired.
Yeah.
You tuckered him out with all that encouragement.
The large weapon, right?
Yeah. They
I-
just tuckered you out, man. You couldn't take it anymore.
I do like how you are
turned into
using
the
that.
Hulk, and then
Say that again, Laura.
I said I do like how he's using that, where he gets that True Strike potion and just makes a really big fucking weapon for one hit.
Right. Can't miss.
It's the perfect thing, man.
Can't miss. Let's knock him out.
Yeah, that was good.
Pretty awesome.
How'd you enjoy your intro to the game there?
it was good.
Let's hear your observations of the game and the characters.
Good. It's definitely interesting. A little, I think I'm guessing that like the people who are missing are more frontline people. So that was a little interesting. Deciding, yeah, let's go into a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, both of our tanks were missing.
Hey, you think RJ's a tank right now?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I was thoroughly impressed at how well you were able to like hit stuff and take things down. So pretty cool. Yeah, I never played a bard before, so it's pretty interesting. Typically, you know, my previous characters in like D&D have kind of been more socially awkward with the group, so yeah, it should be interesting to see how everything plays out. Definitely entertaining that somebody can't hear me perform, and that's pretty much all I'm doing all the time.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I don't know if there's even a way around that, to be honest with you.
Well, some of my performances I can choose to do visually instead,
Okay.
so I could still buff you, but
Yeah,
I have to like you more.
that's true.
Because right now I only get to pick one person. So yeah, I'm excited. Interested to meet the orc to see how that goes. That introduction goes. That'll be.
Yep.
The orc is the best.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The orc Noth and the character Wizrune are both NPCs that are along with the group right now.
Okay.
And that was because we only had 3 players, and I wanted them to have a little bit more, more than just the 3 of them traveling around all the time.
Yeah.
The other character, Taween, he's a real person.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So,
Tim.
Yeah.
Stallween.
Yeah.
But Noth is still a character. I still have, I have him fleshed out to the degree I would an NP or a PC.
Yeah.
To whereas
Yeah,
people,
like even if he's not like coming into the dungeon with us, interaction during travel and
right? And there's
usually
still
talking to him.
personalities and things for you guys to interact with. Yep, like Sin, and you didn't meet Drix in character tonight, but he was around. And then you very briefly met Sin there.
Yeah.
You had a very interesting interaction with Wizrune. I did not anticipate you doing that at all.
You took him out of the night.
Yeah,
Took him out of the day.
Yep. Took him out of his element too, and
I only paid for his first drink. I didn't pay for his other drink.
Got the pump primed.
Well, Wizrune is stupid rich right now, so
Not a problem. No, okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's like why would a tavern keep a minstrel or a bard around, right? Like, gotta get the
yeah,
Get the revenue going.
I like it.
revenue going.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I like this. I like your character.
yeah, it's nice and fun.
Yep.
Until we find out he has a deep, dark backstory.
Well, we already know he has issue with the truth a little bit, but that's okay. A tall tale is just that. It's a tall tale.
There might be some truth into his tale.
Oh, sure. There's always a little bit.
Yeah.
There's a basis of it, and then you add. But that's kind of how, we're used to that. That's how.
It's like having, I caught a fish that was this big.
Yep. That's like as we had Azuk in the bar's other campaign. That was just like that. He wasn't really a liar where he was lying all the time. He was more of a exaggerator like that too. So. Cool.
That was good.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was the right amount of roll RP.
Yep.
And dungeon delving.
And a little bit of dungeon, right?
Yep, a taste of the dungeon.
Yeah.
I still can't believe I rolled a natural 20 to copy that map.
That
Yeah.
was a good one. That's critical right there. We can take that bugger back to the dwarves and say, what does this all mean?
Yep. That was the idea.
And yeah, I don't know if because I'm on camera, but when I picked up that ring, I knew I was giving it to Ola.
Oh,
Did
did
you?
you?
Yeah, I was like, this is going to Ula. Fishing out of some zombie guts. Going
Yep.
to Ula.
Yep.
It seems like our party is going to be well liked in some places and well disliked in other places.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all whether somebody's wife is after him or not. So. Or somebody's husband is after him.
That'll be fun to see how that plays out from place to place.
Yeah. Now, did you find any husbands, wives in this town? No? Okay, we're good.
How far will you string Ula along? A
Whatever's
sweet little
necessary.
seamstress.
You monster.
Oh, interesting.
Alright, well, I'm ending
What's gonna be-
stream.
Okay.
Go ahead.